All right. Sorry for that. I will start over by appreciating the Press Club for their sponsorship and appreciating Puffco for their sponsorship and appreciating Bubble Bags for their sponsorship. I totally spaced and shit the bed and forgot to record. And so now we're recording. And that's why you start early, ladies and gentlemen. It's still 8:57 and I'm still ahead of the ball. So I'm not worried about that. I'm not going to read the whole thing again, but I want to shout out Puffco, the Press Club, and Bubble Bags. And you can support those sponsors. We'll be throwing them into the chat room throughout the day. And in the meantime, I'm going to let in our folks. Ooh, I'm so glad I clicked record on that. I'm not going to lie. Today, we got an amazing episode with the good folks from the Resinator. These guys have been doing the cryo cures and the cryo trims and the cryo extraction for quite some time. I myself have been using original Resinator tools for 5 or 6 plus years in my labs. I don't even know how many of my labs have them, to be honest. I think that we've got them in Missouri and we've got them in Canada and we've got them in Michigan. And really, most of my labs have the original Resinator. So it's going to be really great to see TJ today, as well as his whole team who are just popping in right now. We got E-word, Eric, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Welcome, brother. I thought it was a mistake because when he sent your email address to me, he wrote .com, but I didn't see that. I just saw E-word and I was like, oh, he missed the D. And he's like, no, dude, it's not Edward. It's E-ward.
Yeah, with the ward.
Right on, dude.
Yeah.
I like the fish poster behind you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, my 98, my first Halloween 98 fish.
Okay, 98. Those are some good years right there.
Yeah,
I'm not
that
going to
was
lie.
my favorite. Yeah.
I started in 93 with fish.
Oh,
My
nice.
first show was at the Commodore Ballroom with Baby Gramps in Vancouver, and then just continued there for just really a short period of time. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to the US for so long. I missed really the last 20 plus years of shows.
Were you at that 99 Vancouver show?
The 9999, the most epic show of ever.
Yeah, I was up there for that.
Dude, that show was insane. That show, I will tell one story about that show. I saw a friend of mine who, we all have that friend that goes to every show, right? And if you have that friend that goes to every show, eventually you see him be destroyed, right? You see him be destroyed. He's the guy that's at the show that comes out and says, if they play Down with Disease one more fucking time, I'm going to puke. And it's like, not be needing to go to any more shows, dude. I think you've seen enough kind of thing. But he came out of the 9999 Vancouver show. I'd never seen him so happy. I'd never seen him so ecstatic. I'd never seen him in so many years say positive things because he'd seen, this was at 9999. Yep. I'm guessing he had already seen hundreds of shows, like maybe, 300 or 400, like every one basically since like 80, whatever in Vermont. And so it was nice to see him be happy like that. I also brought Marcel Braun, the glassblower, to that show. I brought a lot of glassblowers to that show, but Marcel was with me. That was his first fish show. And he actually brought the fish bubbler that he made for the Fish 2000 Seminole Indian Reservation show. And he brought it to that show. Dude, he was just passing it around. And when people found out who he was, like, he's kind of a shy guy. He's not really like, outward going like myself. And he just like ran away. Like he literally just ran away. It was so funny. I caught up with him later. He's like, dude, that was just too much. All the people. I was just like, but it prepared him for the 2000 Seminole show where he gave that pipe to someone and didn't see it for hours. It just was traveling around the crowd, and then it eventually.
That's great. And then came back.
It's like a $10,000 US piece during a time where
it was a magical night.
It was a magical night, dude. So welcome. Sorry to go into fish stores. Welcome to the whole team. I see HS in the corner there. I see TJ just rolled up with maybe his partner there.
That is Stephanie. What up?
Meet you.
How's it going? Nice to meet you as well.
Stephanie's the brains behind the operation.
Of course she is.
Sound check. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. You were on mute. It always mutes you automatically. And I will say, although none of you sound bad right now, generally not having headphones will create reverberation in the microphones, but none of you guys have it. If it does happen, I'll ask you to mute your mics when you're not talking. But super stoked. Listen, I have a flight today, so I don't know if we're going to do a 3-hour, a 2-hour, so we should get into it and rock and roll. If it's too short today, we'll do a part 2 and have you guys on again. I usually do 4 hours. But I fly out today at like 1:30 from the Vancouver airport. So I'm at one point in time, we could go till 11 solid for 2 straight hours and I could shut it down and then leave. Or we could try, if Etienne comes in and he feels confident in hosting, we can keep it going for at least maybe another hour. I'll just go to the airport, clear customs, crack open my laptop and finish Hash Church from the lounge at the Vancouver airport. Dude, you look like you're in like an Italian coffee shop or something, dude. It's
I'm
awesome.
in a French coffee shop in Paris.
Oh, French. Okay, look at that. Alors, bienvenue. Ça va?
Bonjour, comment ça va?
On peut parler français?
Oui, un petit peu. Dis-moi, maman.
Moi, j'aime Paris beaucoup. Last time I was there was actually 1989.
Oh, wow.
Oh, epic.
Yeah, it's been a
The
while.
year my sister was born.
Right? It was the year I met my wife. So your
Good year.
sister's 37 years old. I know.
She's stoked about that. She's
Well,
like,
we're-
oh,
We're getting
Yeah,
old, bro.
I'm basically the baby here. I was born in 94.
94. Well, I had a great year in 94. My goodness.
That was the
let's
year.
see.
That was the year I graduated high school.
94?
I started high school.
I graduated in 91, I think, but maybe we were supposed to graduate in 90, but we took like an extra year because we were such ragers going to fish shows. Ah, salut, bienvenue, bonjour. I'm saying hi to the guy in your headphones. He's like, what's going on over there?
It's funny.
Awesome. Well, really, honestly, great to have you. I know I'm going to have some of my regular panelists come in at one point in time, but oh yeah, Etienne says absolutely. He usually shows up within the first hour. I don't even know where to begin, dude. I mean, holy shit, you've been doing this for a long time. I guess we should begin at the beginning. Isn't that a good place to begin? The
Oh, yeah.
beginning?
The origin story, right?
So the question for the origin story for me, and I got this like well written. I'm like, what was the exact moment you knew post-harvest processing was broken enough that you had to build your own solution? And that may be a buildup to get to that. You know, your beginning may be way before that.
That's a nice keen like segue right into. I mean, I was a grower and I had a big power bill, and taking the sugar leaf that everybody was throwing away or giving away doing splits. I just decided that there was a better way than disposing of it, and so I started making bubble hash.
Pick us up with the year. What year were you? Was this all?
That would have been circa the early 2000s. We're talking like 2003 to 2006 is where it really started accelerating. It's probably 2006 is when I really started getting serious about making bubble hash, and then also we were doing open blasting out on the back porch with, yep, to into the Pyrex dishes. But that's how it was done. That's what we were learning. And this is we were still hot knifing. We were making oil and putting them on, dripping it onto the top of the charcoal for the hookahs. And it was really the kind of the beginning of the pathway to say, okay, there's, we were using all the equipment out there that you could find, and I've tried it all, and there were benefits. Some of the tools were better than others, but at the end of the day, it was just we knew there was a better way, and I knew some sister mamas that sewed some screens, and we started cutting 50-gallon barrels in half and using rotisserie motors and duct tape and like kind of MacGyver style this thing together.
Mm-hmm.
And we were out in the Humboldt Hills and Mendocino and Lake County up here in Northern California, and just like letting the tumbler run all night, in the cold and coming out, and it was kind of that was really where things began. I guess to rapid fire, the really transitioned was, I had my spot was raided in 2008, and that kind of changed directions of the pathway for my life. There was a crossroads, and it was definitely one of those. I had this vision. I knew what the Resinator could be, and I had a couple of partners that I was working with, and that was what really launched it. It was like, let's do something different. Because it was, do I get out of this industry that I love, or do I find a way to stay in it? And for me, that was probably the crossroads moment.
But that's incredible. You know how incredible that is? You know that I started bubble bags after I got busted in 98, right? The whole reason I started bubble bags was because I got busted, and I was like, damn, I can't like like do this anymore. I have to like really figure this out. And so it was a crossroads for me as well. And I just want to say, my second question was, before the original Resinator existed, what was your personal workflow for trimming and prep and resin collection? And I guess, you just mentioned it. You were using the bubble bags to make bubble hash. You are one of the very, very few, and in fact, you may be the only one who looked at the bubble bags, and instead of just copying it exactly, you innovated something different. Which is why I always loved supporting you, dude. I mean, almost since day one, I've been a supporter of the original Resinator, and people are like, why are you supporting that? That guy's just doing what you're doing in a different way. It's like, no, he's not at all. He's got the whole dry sifting thing. He's got the cryo trimming thing. He's got the water. I mean, this is fucking awesome. How can you be mad at this thing? It's super cool. And I myself have bought, I don't even know how many I've bought, dude. It's got to be like 6 to 10.
At least.
At least, right? I'm a proud supporter of the Resinator, knowing that you bought at least 6 to 10 sets of bubble bags back in 2003 and 4, probably many more.
Oh yeah, man. You're an OG, bro. You've laid a pathway for a lot of us in this space. I mean, and you go back that far, I was starting to put myself on camera, and my friends were like, kind of like, what are you doing, bro? Like, oh my God, you're talking about cannabis on camera. And for me, it was a transition. It was an obvious pathway. And, prior, I think this is a good kind of also point, when you asked previously what I was doing, like one thing I had never was camera shy. As a musician, I was happy to get on a stage, and perform. I played, percussion. I played a bass guitar in my band. I started a hip hop project. So, I was an MC. And so I definitely was not, stage shy, right? So getting in front of a camera was kind of second nature for me. And that was a big part of like the willingness to get out and talk about what we were doing. Our YouTube videos, the first set of YouTube videos we did, one of the dry ice video, my least favorite one, got like over 1 million views, and it was like we were onto something. And so that really validated a lot of what our experience was. And then we've got to go out into the field now. I mean, we launched the Resinator itself in 2016. And we were working behind the scenes for years before we actually launched, but that was really when it started, changing gears for us. Things became real.
You didn't build one before that?
Well, yes, in 2011 there was.
That's what I thought. 2011.
But it was an acrylic, small.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. The plastic, was on both sides and that was a partner, my original partner, James, when we were doing this back in the day. But that was
some guys who had an acrylic shop who threw that together for him as a little concept piece. But it definitely wasn't the masterpiece that TJ came up with.
It wasn't ready for production, and it didn't have CO2. It didn't have multifunction. It didn't, that's where the Resinator as we know it today, when I talk about the one we launched in 2016.
That's the all-in-one concept?
Yeah, I knew we had something, and that's kind of like, a good part of the story. It's like, so when the acrylic model kind of came out, we were looking at it. I actually was running a hydroponic shop that I'd opened up at the time out in Sonoma County called Green Universe. And
City of Sonoma.
Yeah, City of Sonoma in Sonoma County. And it was like I sold a bunch of them to a bunch of friends, but they were kind of cheap. They broke. If you kicked it, it worked, but they're fragile. And I knew that we wanted to do something, but I was worried about the validity of it. And so we went to a patent attorney with this plastic contraption and acrylic and said, hey, can we patent this? And, we basically shelved it, sent the patent attorney some money and kind of went back to, other things in life. And it was a couple years later, he called up and said, hey, pop a bottle of champagne, your design patent was issued. And that was really what was like, okay, we got something here. And we pulled it off the shelf, dusted it off, and kind of went back to re-engineering the thing. And I had this concept about a wet dry, like a shop vac. And was just stuck on stupid about making sure that the Resinator, I'd have been in the market years prior had I not been stuck on water as well. I wanted to do both. And so when we kind of figured out finally how to do the wet and dry, the thing that was crazy, man, was the trimming aspect of the Resinator was not something that we ever intended to do. I always say luck is the residue of design, because we got lucky with the trimming. And we were trying to make some live rosin. It was like 2000, circa 16, 15-ish. And we were taking big buds off the hill and throwing them in the Resinator. And instead of waiting 15, 20, 30 minutes like we were for sifting, we were like checking it in like 2 minutes. And we were like, this is trimming the product. It was wild. We were like, what is, and I, quickly understood what was happening, made some changes to a couple of the features of the Resinator and the right screens and the recipes. And, it's funny though, because part of that story, we had to figure out quickly that there was a difference between, obviously trimming a live product versus a dry product. When you're working with live material and you go below that freeze point of 32 degrees, you're going to rupture the cellular wall of those heads. And the first time I trimmed was actually wet flour. And we literally popped our own bottle of champagne because we're like, game over. Like it was so good. But then like an hour later, I went back, and it's discolored, and it's oxidized, right? I'm like, of course, I ruptured the cellular wall. Like, what was I thinking? And so okay, is it a dry trimmer or is it wet trimmer? And I really went. It put me down a 6, 7 year rabbit hole of figuring out how to freeze dry cannabis flowers, right?
Yeah,
And
well,
that
you've been at the head of it for sure, dude. Like you have been pioneering the arrow tip, the spearhead of this particular rabbit hole for sure. And it seems to be growing and growing. I mean, listen, even when I saw the cryo can for the first time, the concept, I talked to Baroni about it, and I thought this is definitely the future. Having some sort of uber cold unit that can extract on the field, right? And then it would change the entire game of extraction because now the water hash folks, the solvent folks, the dry sift folks, no one has to start with flour. They can all start with resin. And when you're starting with resin, you're increasing, like when a ethanol guy goes, oh, I get a 14% yield, and you're like, oh, really? Well, here's a 55-gallon barrel drum of heads. You're probably going to get a 65% yield in the same amount of time, with the same amount of work, with the same amount of labor. And that is a game changer on so many different levels. Now, obviously, those guys, in my opinion, I don't think it never happened. Do you know what I mean? Like they just built this big fancy machine, but it never really happened. Whereas you went the route of like slow and steady down the rabbit hole. And I will admit again, which is amazing, from almost a revelation, almost a mistake. Had you not checked in 30 seconds to 2 minutes, you would have never seen that. You would have blown right by it. You would have torn the buds all open and you wouldn't have seen that trim job. And it reminds me of soil grown, after making flags with his hash, just being like, oh, maybe I'll do it with a bud.
I had no desire to freeze dry, man. That was not the goal. It was the only reason we freeze dried is because we created a problem that needed a solution. And they say pot growers are problem solvers, right? I'm glad you said, I talk about resin heads and, the nature of like, as if you're a cook and you need olive oil, you don't start with the olive, right? You start with the olive oil. And that's the way and the principle that I look at sift and keef, right? Trichomes live up to 500 microns on a plant. So if we can, with precision trichome collection, actually qualify and collect the sweet spot out of the plant, because you can go too far and you're going to contaminate your product. I'll run for an hour, sure, 50% yield. Well, look at that under a scope,
Actually, don't look under that with a scope. Farmer's grade. That farmer's grade
stuff. That for food grade. That's what's kind of amazing is when we start unpacking the pathways and unpacking the directional flow. I mean, the craziest thing about what we did is we chose the hardest way. Like we didn't do one thing. We by proxy did it all. I mean, we trim, we sift, we make bubble hash. We do all those things because of the freezing agent and a live application. So by that measure, it's like a 6-in-1. And then when you get past that, okay, so what's the secondary refinement? What extract are you making? We're not just making rosin. We're not just making live resin. We're not just trimming. Now you got to understand the relationship from A to Z to actually, and then let's complicate the order even further with the introduction of the stainless steel, and let's add nitrogen to the equation, because prior to stainless steel, we were relegated to liquid CO2. And the cryo band and the function of those, cryogenic properties changes when you get to a true cryogenic, like below -150 Fahrenheit. The game changes.
-80,
right?
-100.
Started doing the BHO runs with the keef too back in 2016. So that was something else we were doing besides just doing solventless. We were able to really, really be efficient with running it in closed loop machines. And so whenever we're in a bind at our lab up in Washington, or whenever we need to get a wholesale thing or anything where we need to get a lot done really quick. We can do a bunch of dry sift or live and actually pack them into stocks and do 20 pounds of keef in a run. And you get, it saves, I mean, we get like, it's like 6 to 8 times more as
Which is the
far as
equivalent of what, 100 pounds of bio into your
yeah,
columns?
you put 100 pound, yeah, of
That's like
yeah, of
instead of
sift.
running 7 columns, you're running one
Yeah,
column with the same
yeah, it's
yield.
insane.
Mhm.
And we get so much product out of it.
I bet you
And
get way less channeling in keef compared to flour too.
yeah, if you pack it, so if you do it right, that was something that we had to mess around with a little bit. So I actually had TJ, we had these original socks that we are using that go, I have the XLS, I had the first XLS machine that he made
You
because
did.
we started doing our first Keef stuff back in 2016 when I was in Oakland down in the Bay. And
Great spot.
yeah, it was yeah, Harrison, and then I had this other little lab that I was kind of renting out to Harrison. That's how him
What?
and I.
Why don't you give us an introduction? We haven't really like both you and Harrison. I'd love to just have minor introductions, who you guys are, where you're at, and how you linked up with TJ, because the audience won't know.
Okay, sure. Harrison, you want to go first? You want me?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Eric's one of my OGs. I'd say he should go first because my
Okay,
story and my lore comes after his.
okay, all right. Well, thank you. So for me, I started doing extracts in 2001, 2002, alcohol extracts. This is the first ones I was seeing were isopropyl, and it took a while to figure that out. We were just, boiling isopropyl and then dipping it in for about 2, 3 seconds. And then I came up with a whole way of purging that because it was before vac ovens. This was so early on, there was no resources or anything like that. And found a way to make a nice gold extract from that. You use a deep fryer with the basket and cut holes in the basket and put jars hanging in boiling water to purge that out like on a stove. Old school, just figuring stuff out because I didn't have too many people to talk to about it. And then around 2006, I switched over to BHO, and then started doing 2008, 2009, actually to the end of 2008. I got in trouble for making hash and ended up on probation for that. So after that, I had to just keep everything kind of quiet. So, because I was like, how am I going to do all this? And so I built a closed loop system right in the beginning around 2010, and was just doing that. And then, so I'm known for the first separation where it's doing like the liquid. We called it first. I called it the Heisenberg because Breaking Bad at the time I was just enamored with how much he was into his lab and his science and stuff that I was just into, and I was not formally educated or anything. I just did it all myself. But then we started calling it holy water because I was going to Steep Hill Lab and with Addison and just giving Addison all the head stash and then I burned myself actually with that closed loop system, just being in a hurry. And so around 2013, I just kind of disappeared. So I was the only one doing the liquid for quite a few years. I'd say about 5 years. So people were kind of looking for it, and I disappeared for a while because I was hurt. And then Addison, since he was at Steep Hill and that was the only lab, everybody kept coming to him and he was showing everyone these, jars of liquid, kind of like, stuff like that. And so that's what we call it holy water. It's real thin. It's like the terp fraction. And basically he was just like, yeah, you guys have stuff that tastes good, but I got this friend that I have that, is making this liquid and he calls it holy water. And, I don't see anything else like that. And so, 9 months later, after I start healing up, I end up going out, starting a business with my buddy Noel. It was Nectar 710. And then we went to that first 2014 Colorado 420 legal 420 contest, the High Times Cup. And then we got third place with that. But that was the first time liquid was shown to the public. And because everyone's just like, what is this? This is not even possible.
You have to
Because
fight to get them to let you in the competition.
yeah, we had to get like our lawyers to talk to them because everything was all in folds because it was all shatter and crumble at that time. There was no other type of product. It was even batter was kind of just in the beginning of that. And so yeah, we ended up having a booth. I actually have video of that first 420 with like Pinsky and the guys from IC Collective and a bunch of other people were there. And
Fucking
was that first
Pinsky.
legal 420? Yeah, was that first
Pinsky.
legal 420? Yeah, Pinsky. Yeah, he's the one who took the video. It's a really good video because it's that first, I'm in my compression suit because I had burned myself. I've got like scars and everything. And, the beginning parts of the BHO stuff, it was very dangerous. This was before it made the news and people were really hurting themselves. I'd say about 2 months after I did it to myself, I saw the first story of other people doing it. But I was making my own closed loop out of like a keg, and I was going to the, glacier tanks that was making stuff for, beer, making beer and using all their stainless steel stuff because I was seeing Gray Wolf up in Oregon.
Oh
He was
yeah.
posting his terpenator, and he was on his like second version of that, I think. And I was looking at that going, I think I can try to make one of these. And I did a bunch of stuff with that, but I was in a hurry, operator error as it goes. You have to really, this lesson learned is basically now it's nice to have labs that are very safe. We do all this stuff very safely. I ended up meeting Harrison. I had my own little lab and down in Oakland, and met Harrison. I was moving to this other place down the street, which is a much bigger place where I was actually starting to work with TJ. And then Harrison started working in my old place. And that's kind of how we met. And then Harrison and I just kind of really clicked on the way of just technical people that just kind of taught themselves and doing closed loop stuff. And we just were back and forth. And, when you get around people who are just nerds about hash and doing the thing you do, you just end up talking for hours. And all of a sudden you're just like, oh, I got to actually work. But in the end, it's actually those talks make it to where you work less because you start learning from each other. And
That's
you
right.
start, which is my favorite thing about this business is, no matter how much you think someone else knows a lot of different things, and you can always learn from that. And
Dude, that's what Hash Church is.
yeah, and I love that.
It's
I love
just
that.
sometimes people releasing information that they may not. I had people before be like, dude, I don't even know why I said that. Like, I just don't even know why I
It
said
was
that.
well for old school people. It's like you didn't say the thing. For when I first was doing
That's
holy
right.
work, I couldn't talk about it. First of all, I was on probation,
Yeah.
so I
Because
could
we
my
were growing
lawyer's like,
tomatoes, bro.
yeah,
Which is
so I couldn't really like claim it. And some of my people I worked with, they started doing it and calling it different things, terp juice, things like that. And a lot of different things, HTE, HTFSE,
yeah. Oh yeah.
extractioneering. He was my old partner. I taught him. And then he claimed that he did it all. And it was just one of those turbulent times where I just had to kind of sit back and be chill because I was in trouble for manufacturing. And now I have a job doing the same thing, pay taxes,
Hell
on the
yeah.
thing that I have the felony for, which is so funny how life works. It's
Yes.
just like, I never thought it would be that way, but here I am now on the internet talking about
We're in
it.
the same boat.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking when you were saying that. I was like, oh, that's so funny.
Yeah,
Like
we
things
all,
have
we all
changed
were,
so
man.
much. And I'm not allowed in Canada, which is funny. Canada won't let me in. So
No,
I'm so glad everyone's not.
we're
Yeah,
like
well,
America. It's very strict
yeah,
with any
yeah,
felonies
it's
whatsoever.
intense.
In
So
fact, it's the
yeah,
most people who are kept from Canada and America are drunk drivers.
yeah, I know
Because
that. It's really
DUIs
interesting.
are felonies, and a felony
Yeah,
means you got and the crazy thing is it's all just like, for the most part to tighten up the border, obviously, but also it's a huge money grab. It's
yeah, absolutely.
$1,000. You go get your waiver. How many
Yeah,
millions of people do you think have to get a waiver to go down to
a
America
lot.
from
Yeah,
Canada?
it's
If
hard, and
it's
I know
if
people
it's
trying to go to Canada. It's hard.
if it's a couple million people, that's
Yeah,
that's a
a lot of
couple
money.
$1 billion.
Yeah, no, totally. I feel like they're missing out because all I know is I'm glad I got that 99 fish show before that all happened.
Well, that was the
So I've been to
last fish
Vancouver
show.
once.
Fish never came
Uh,
back. Trey got
yeah, that was the
busted.
last. I know, last one they did. I know, and I was like, I'm so glad I was there because I wouldn't be able to go back to the next one. At least they let me into Mexico. I was just in Mexico watching seeing fish.
Nice. You
So
can get a
Mexico's
waiver,
okay with
dude.
me.
Trust me. Canada would give you
Yeah,
a waiver. You just got to
yeah,
hire a
they will.
lawyer and you got to go through the
Okay.
things. And it's kind of a full circle, to be honest. You should get your waiver.
Well, I feel like if I had work up there, I know they're a little bit more friendly towards, are you going to help people in Canada make money? And if
Yeah.
the answer is yes, then
Well,
they're
there's a
they're
huge
more
industry
likely.
here. That's
Yeah, they're
inevitable.
more likely.
If
Yeah,
you were able to come up here, you could help companies make money. You
yeah,
just have to have the waiver, and it takes a year to get the waiver. So the problem with
yeah.
a Canadian cannabis company is if you make a deal with them and then wait a year to get a waiver, they
They
won't
may find
exist
someone else.
anymore.
Yeah, totally.
No, they'll
Yeah,
have
Hey,
been
Eric.
bankrupted.
yeah. It's funny.
It's
Yeah.
the
Hey, Eric, how
Canadian.
are you?
It's not like that.
Love the
I got to go
irony.
to Amsterdam, which was cool. But
Well, that's awesome, dude. Well, I remember you being on before and telling your story, but it's always good for the audience who I don't know who was watching before and who watched
yeah,
this time.
that
It's
was the
always
VHO show. Yeah, that was the one VHO one. Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
so
do another
Eric,
one. We'll do another
Eric
one for sure.
currently,
I would love to do it.
Eric's the lab manager up in Washington for a
Yeah.
very reputable brand, and he's been doing his thing for a hot minute. He's the ward on the street on Instagram, personal.
Yeah.
And Harrison is up here in Northern California. He's a hash engineer, but he had the IG jail, so now you can find him under not hash engineer. But he is an incredible artist himself, and when I say like standing on the shoulders of giants, I mean people like, for me, it's people like Eric Ward,
Thank you.
and Harrison is not only local in my community, and so I have the opportunity to get to work with him on a regular basis, but the fact that he was able to take tutelage under Eric, there's this lineage, and for me, that's very special because our son, Ashton, who we like to call Hashton, fractured with Hashton, so he's actually been learning underneath Harrison as well. So the secrets are continuing to, and to watch it, to me, that's dear to my heart because I wouldn't have imagined a world where we get to be this open about cannabis and the way we do. At this stage in my life, I thought might be an old man in a rocking chair before we were having these conversations publicly, when we used to have to go buy jokingly a hydroponic tomatoes book at the grow shop because there was nothing online except for a forum like 4200. That's where we all got the real deal at first, So, Harrison, I wanted to give you an opportunity to take the mic, my man.
Well, I guess where does my story start? Started playing with resin in like 2010, 11, but not professionally. It wasn't until 2012 where I actually went to Sonoma State and I would attend this one dispensary called Collective Conscious Apothecary, where I got to learn from who I consider a handful of legends in our space. My first teacher was like Matt Rise, and then Nikati, and then Frenchie, and then Subpool for breeding, and then like Full Flavor, and like this little circuit, this little network of all of the most legendary people. And I started my career with this guy named Mark, who is one of the owners of a company called Talia Extracts, who's made massive impressions in our space. And if it wasn't for him and my early career with him, I would probably not have even met Eric. We met through my friend Ben and this guy named Nick. Nick shared space with Eric. I was vending to Ben in his dispensary out in the East Bay under Medicine Man. And it was this, just kismet interaction through the Prop 215 days where, I was working with people who were felons and very interesting humans, and then also all the progressive activists who were pushing the agenda in an entirely different way and pushing what I like to call resin theory to the next level, trying to truly comprehend what it means to work with the plant resin and how many different ways we can. That comes from hydrocarbon to ice water to CO2, distillate, whatever. Every single element of working with that resin and how we can transform it into whatever our goal may be. Right now, my preferred form, solventless and solvent. My first time making BHO properly was with Mark. We got one of the first sub-zero stainless steel extractors. Had a big dry ice jacket around the side. That was 2012, and we went from glass tubes to stainless, where I'm nerding out online trying to see what gases interact better with what metals and like what's going to be the best solution. It wasn't until Eric where I got to see it busy. I had purchased a Bogart LFE. That's where I learned a lot of theory, manifolds, and started really developing my skills in volatile. But at the same time, I was always still working with solventless. I was a part of the ice wax team and sieving and air drying and mastering what it meant to air dry, right? Like as much as I learned from Frenchie, that wasn't a preferred technique because I always felt like we were trapping the moisture. We squished it and bound it in that way. So, just different methodologies, and it just depends on the goal for us. Properly dried hash and properly purged resin as far as volatile extracts, that was the goal. How do you make the cleanest? How do you make the best? Oh yeah, we love that Sieve Tech. I can see that from here.
Nice.
Little 6-star, But then again, it's also like the definition of properly, right?
Oh,
Properly. Like here in Canada, the definition of properly from large companies are We're sublimating because we can't take the chance that we're going to fail microbials. Now it depends on where you're at. Say you're in Michigan, where microbials, the yeast and mold count is 100,000. Great, let's air dry.
Oh, yeah,
Now let's
not?
go over to Illinois, where it's 100. Let's not
we're
air
going
dry.
back to freeze dry. Yeah.
So it's properly can change depending on, and in fact, Nick T and I learned this very much because, I've been making hash, and I don't know exactly what year Nick T showed up on the scene, but I showed up around 98, 99 as, Bubble Man and bubble bags and started promoting that. I don't know if it was 03 or 04 or 05 or 02 or 07 or 08. I really don't have that sort of historical context, but I do remember in the early days him being like, you don't have to put your hash on pizza boxes. That's so fucked. Like, what are you doing? Like, we just put ours on parchment. And I'm like, right, but you live in Colorado and we live in the Pacific Northwest. So this conversation between Nick T and I, which was kind of a little bit tense back in the day, it opened up people to the understanding that drying hash in Colorado is not the same as drying hash in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, it is miles apart from one another. And I learned it even further by spending a lot of time in Jamaica and trying to try and dry hash in Jamaica. Go cut yourself in a tropical country and see how long it takes your cut to heal, because it never dries. It just stays wet and moist and it just festers. And people are like, I got to get out of this country. Oh, sorry.
No, I heard perfectly. I was saying at first, my favorite way of properly air drying, at least from the little circuit, the group, we were using baking sheets, parchment, and lining paper towels underneath, 15 to 20 layers, because the parchment breathes and it actually wicks through the parchment. And having either rooms, or I would use stand-up refrigerators with dehumidifiers inside.
And were you in Cali or Colorado?
This is in Northern California.
Okay, in California. So listen, Jibs, Jibs and Ken Wall, we're doing the exact same things.
Those are the boys.
And exactly. So I walked them over in Spain. I showed them. They said, why would you use cardboard? I'm like, because it doesn't shed. And they said, well, paper towels don't either. So I took the paper towels over to the window in front of the sun, and I cracked the paper towel off the roll, and you just saw a cloud of paper towel dust.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
you don't need that parchment in between.
And
you had to have it.
But you're in the room cracking the paper towels. Where do you think the powder is going?
Prep room, different rooms. Naturally, you just get
the pizza box.
Yeah, but it's flying in the air. It's attaching itself.
The pizza box.
Yeah, it's a pizza box. It doesn't shed. It's a food grade sealed cardboard that wicks triple levels. So the top level wets, and then it wicks down to the next level, and that one dries. And then by the time the second one, corrugated, right? You want to have 3 layers of that cardboard. So that's why I always use that. I can tell you would have to ask Ken and Jibs. I don't think they use paper towel again, but they were also in Colorado. They didn't need it. You can air dry in Colorado without wicking the hash. You cannot air dry in the Pacific Northwest without wicking the hash. So it just changed, right? And then you got people on the internet, you don't need to do that. Well, you don't need to do that. And it's like, actually, you both need to do what you're doing for the different environments that you're in. And that took a long time for the hash community to kind of open up to the fact that there is a whole variety of ways. And I think it happened because, when I started doing this, I had no intentions on Bubble Man tech. You'll never hear Bubble Man tech, right? That new tech thing came up after I was already out for a while. And I think it was born out of people wanting to own. They really wanted to kind of it's like, this is my thing. I'm doing it. And it was amazing because it created so much more novelty. People were now looking for specific things that they could kind of uncover. And in my opinion, every uncovering was never from an expert action. It was always from a mistake. It was never being super professional. It was always from being a fuck up. And when you were really a good fuck up, you could really discover some great shit.
Facts. That's the fucking
most expensive lessons by far.
Yeah, and in the early days, Marcus, I think the reality of it is everybody was so kind of tight with what they were willing to share and when, and that was a real issue, I think, with how everything grew, and it stifled the just the way the knowledge moved, and that's it's just not healthy for the segment. So now, when we started building machines and modifying refrigerators and putting dehumidifiers inside of them, and tuning. I had like a whole room just like tuned, just
Yeah,
like
exactly.
perfect
Building
for,
drying rooms. Thank you so much. You
yeah,
took the
like,
words out of my mouth.
and
Yeah.
like people were like,
Cold
why
rooms
don't
with
you do
dry
this?
cold
Well,
rooms.
yeah, because it's tough, and but it's the evolution of it and the sharing of the knowledge, and it's why it's important to talk about it. It's so hard to air dry well. And I think those that still do it, I think it's important to understand that that same nuance carries over into freeze drying. Like your mTOR range changes based on the room environment because the condenser is going to react completely differently based on the room environment. So you can change it. You don't have to change your shelf temps, but you can change your mTOR ranges to turn your heater on off to hit at different times, so you keep that consistency in throughout the cycle itself. I mean, I was just talking about this the other day with Marcus on the phone call. You know what I mean? So it's really important that all these ideologies kind of translate through the discipline, because you're just trying to hit the right dry range, for water activity. So it's I recommend everyone to start air drying. That helps you get in more intimate knowledge of the resin.
Yeah,
How
you're
does
gonna
it
gain.
react?
I couldn't agree with Colin more. The amount of empirical knowledge I've gained through working with resin with your hands, literally, just understanding the grease factor, the oil content, the type of trichome, the shape, everything around them, the mechanics of that head. Through air drying taught me more. And really, the education for me started on rollitup.org and the Weed Report and the Weed Nerd, where there was a lot of good information on the forum and on that YouTube channel. That's where I learned the ice wax tutorial ever before meeting any of those people. And that's what really inspired me to want to keep pursuing that education, because it was such groundbreaking work in the realm, right? No one had ever tried those methodologies, and seeing where we are now versus 14 years ago or whatever, it's tremendous. It is so unbelievable to see how much work has been done in the space and how much the tech has revolutionized our ability to handle the highest quality resin, the hardest to work with.
And yet we all sell resin outside of a cold supply chain. So that really breaks it down to
not all the time.
Nobody
most of the time
cares.
Not all the time. Yeah.
It's the craziest. No, listen, it's so hard to keep that cold supply chain. This must drive you nuts, TJ. But we do want to hear from Colt as well. He just popped back in as well. I'd love to hear from him as well. And then maybe you could answer that, TJ. We'll get into this cold supply chain and how spinach seems to have a cold supply chain, but it's too expensive for cannabis. How much does spinach sell for?
Well, is it live spinach?
Yeah, spinach moves across the country and fucking
$5.
It's volumetric though.
In reefers.
That's all I'll say.
Well, it takes up a lot of space, man. Like she said, $5.
Yeah.
$50.
Why don't I take a moment to kind of bring maybe Colt into the conversation?
Please.
Colt is really an expert in his field when it comes to. We've teamed up with him as a production partner for a new freeze dryer that's been tailored specifically for cannabis. We already work with one of the leaders in the world out in New Zealand called Cuttin, and they make the HiLyph edition freeze dryer for us. And there's just a lot of incredible things we've been able to tailor to what it means to actually bring smokable freeze dried flower, and of course subsequently hash right into the equation. Air drying hash, of course, connoisseur concept and mindset, but practical scale solutions do require equipment. And one of the things that's special about what we're doing with Colt is there needs to be an affordable version for not just the hobbyist, but for the commercial application, and to be able to scale it. And these cut-in freeze dryers, are they're the Bugattis of freeze dryers, the best in the world, period. And but they're major capital investment. And that's not something that the average hash maker is going to have, in their lab or, in their setup. So what we've done is teamed up with Colt and made a freeze dryer that's exactly, be able to implement all the things that we understand about lyophilization into the equation, and then kind of tailor it to cannabis in a way where, there's, Colt, why don't you dive in, man? Let's, we were just talking about millitor pressures at different atmospheres, and this is funny because even when we're using weird tools like we have been, where we use vacuum control, where we kind of hack a harvest right freeze dryer, it translates. That's what we've been able to do because we figured out how to do it with what we had. But to be able to develop something that kind of has a virtual popcorn button, that's accessible, has great customer service, that's actually affordable, competitive against, the low hanging fruit of the companies
It's an
out.
actual hash dryer instead of trying to retro the harvest right, like TJ is saying. We had to add the vacuum control to the harvest right to get it to freeze dry flour.
Yeah.
This is made for freeze drying flour, so we don't have to add the extra components.
Yeah. So Cole, why don't you jump in and just kind of say hello?
So I actually spent a lot of time doing engineering in the mining industry before ever getting into cannabis. And then I got into operating a cannabis distillation lab, doing extractions. So all of the equipment and everything was so relevant to me that I started basically hot rodding all of my equipment in the lab, um, adding, tertiary cold traps onto the rotovap so that I could run it quicker, building my own custom distillation setups. And I started looking at the equipment and I wanted to dry cannabis properly with a freeze dryer. So I started kind of working on it myself as a hobby and then got into some companies asking me to help design freeze dryers for them. So I went through and actually tried multiple companies and finally found one that I wanted to build through and would give me all the specs that I wanted. So like TJ was saying, we incorporated the vapor pressure control into the machine. So instead of having to crudely dial in the vapor pressure controller and start the run at the same time, it's all together. And what we've done is we've actually given this freeze dryer the perfect algorithm for freeze drying cannabis with all of the precautions built in. So that cold chain retention, as soon as you load the material into the machine, it ensures by the probe temperature in the material, your flour, that it does not start drying until it is at X temperature, and then it progresses forward. And we also have monitors near the end of the run that prompt you to check to make sure that you're not becoming too dry. So we've basically taken a very complex system and simplified it in many ways to where they're a lot more stable than any other machine. They're just really well designed and built. Uh, you also have many different sizes to choose from. All of the larger machines have a probe per zone, so that kind of gives you that Kudon type accuracy, so that even the different zones within the shelving, it actually balances the temperature, because generally, like without RTD probes or anything like that, you're going to get hot spots and cold spots throughout the shelving. This precisely keeps the temperature. And since we can control the vapor pressure at any point, it allows us to perfectly track sublimation, and it gives us, our recipe also stays above a specific mTOR, and it has proven to give you more terpene retention. Your HPLC testing, you'll wind up with a higher THCA content because you've oxidized less THCA. So yeah, it's a click and go scientific design for freeze dryers that gives you that high accuracy, but it doesn't have that high level of entry like the Kudon machines. You can get into the standard size machine to run like 8 pounds of flour and like the entry level, and then you can scale from there. We also have larger equipment. So yeah, I really built this to tailor the needs for the original Resinator. That was the goal, is I wanted to, provide them the best machine possible.
And
So I need like 3 of those.
so you guys obviously have to have a deep understanding of the different types of water that are present in the flower, the bound water and the unbound water.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the difference between, I guess unbound water is also referred to as free water or water activity? It's water that feeds and supports microorganisms, basically. But I'd love to hear your perspective on it.
Yeah, so what you have in lyophilization is you're going to first freeze all of the moisture within the material, and then through the process, you're going to be sublimating the ice into a vapor and then capturing it at the cold trap. But once you get across a specific threshold, you run into where you're just removing the last bit of bound water. So it crosses over from sublimation of ice into the bound water removal phase. And that's your end phase. So in cannabis, we use specific lower temperatures and freeze drying in order to preserve more terpenes and flavonoids. If we go too high in temperature under vacuum, the terps will come right off the flower, especially if the mTOR is extremely low. So with a hard pulling pressure and a high temperature, it moves too quickly and you lose quality and product essentially.
Yeah, I was talking to David from Canatrol at a show here recently, and he got into a really interesting conversation about the differences between unbound and bound water and how many people push the drying of unbound water into bound water, which is water that's tied up to ingredients like sugars and proteins or salts. It's generally not available for microorganisms to utilize, which is why, drying or adding high amounts of salts and sugars preserves the food by making the water bound. And he was talking about when you start removing this bound water, like he was talking about just removing 3% extra. I guess he's got his numbers 0.60 to 0.55 to 0.45. Companies in Canada,
yeah, it's 5.5 to 6.2 is
right.
storage optimal.
So he's talking about when you go from the 6 to 0.55, that's like a 3-something% loss. If you go down to 0.45, it's a 7% loss. And you look at the math for some of these larger facilities and it's like, holy shit, like you just lost a lot of weight because it ends up being weight of the plant that you're selling, this bound water. I'm going to end up having a show on him with him on here one day. And it might be a good idea to get you back on for that conversation as well, Colt. I'd love to go deep into bound and unbound water. These are things that a lot of people don't understand. I also have maybe the only freeze dryer group, a lyophilization group on the internet. It's on Facebook. It has about 14,000 members right now. I would urge all of you guys to go in there and join that group. I can send you the link after the show. It's a good one. There's, it's a lot of it is basic people asking this and that. And what should I put my settings? What's that?
Already a member.
Hell yeah, you are.
So a lot of the difference in our small scale machines compared to any others is that, coming from like that mining perspective and just structural rigidity, every connection on the machine is KF flanged like you would have in any other high quality laboratory parts. There's no barbed fittings. There's no real potential for vacuum leaks. So it's just very well sealed. And we use what you would call like a double fail safe for oil backflow prevention. So the pump itself has its own backflow preventer, but then the machine has an electronic ball valve that as soon as the pump shuts off, it shuts the ball valve to the machine. So the pump is actually
The pump is what?
The pump is actually, and we'll be back next week to continue this show. Oh my God, that's awesome. Getting into the deep stuff. Someone in chat was like,
getting into it though. That's great.
Someone in the chat was like, this is really technical. Like, are we going to have anything funny happen soon? I was like, well, the comedy section of our show will be starting soon.
But there it was. He just did manifest it.
Internet about that.
Well, I wanted to comment on something that Colt said before we were talking about oil or whatever. He mentioned how it keeps the high the terpenes preserved within the cannabis. And that's part of the difference with the live dried cannabis. What we're seeing and accomplishing is higher terpene levels. The sesquiterps and the monoterps, I'm not a scientist and I don't know a ton about those things, but I know that we're keeping the good terpenes, and the bad terpenes are, or the less desirable terpenes are turning into, all converting into good terpenes. And all overall in the testing, we were finding terpene profiles that were not coming up on traditionally dried cannabis.
I mean, it makes sense that you're going to preserve things that aren't preserved when you dry a different way. I mean, as long as I've been involved in all of this, the colder it is, the better it is. And I think it's volatile organic compound preservation.
Can we speak on that for a second? Like, we're
Please.
Talking about the colder it is, the better it is, right? Because that's agreed. That's a consensus across the board for extraction of cannabis, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then, like,
except when it comes to rosin, I guess.
Well, no, because like this, yeah, that's where it gets confusing for me. Because someone who loves both, and I'm not
Cold
prejudiced
press is
against
still
either.
killer.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like, why do people always have this negative demeanor with BHO, right? Which costs more to make, it's harder to make, the equipment's more technical, the space is more expensive to set up, which you can extract at negative 80 Celsius, negative 70 Celsius, realistically, because most of those chillers can't push.
Yep.
Right, you're always stuck in that sweet spot. Versus something we're extracting at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, positive. That delta, the delta is what we're losing in terpenes. All the monos that you can't capture chemically, you can't capture them because they're either water soluble or you're not cold enough to bind them and create what we would like to call holy water. Right? You physically can't capture them unless you took that direction of an extract. Now, that's why I preferred volatile just for certain strains. Now, someone who's been cultivating, breeding, collecting for over a decade. For me, the type of trichome is what defines the type of extract. It's going to go this direction or that direction. I don't get to choose. That cultivar gets to choose. We're just here to cater to it, right? So with CRC, everything in BHO got such a bad taste. And I came from a generation with Eric where live resin was the most precious thing ever. Right? So good live resin shouldn't be looked at worse than live rosin. If you took the same material and you went each direction, I would love to get a blind tasting. I think it's something that Dougie had hit me. Like, here, let's get a pick. Dude, that was hilarious.
I think it's funny. That guy did the $10,000 bet. I wonder how that's going to go.
I would want to get in on it, honestly.
I think
that'll be
interesting.
you know.
I think the negative connotations come from people blowing up and burning themselves. Yeah. I think that's where it comes from.
No, I agree. And
didn't you blow up?
As a guy who's blown himself up, it hurts.
It does.
And
not fun.
It is a negative thing. That's why things now, though, you don't see that very often now.
No, we're out of that. There's now class 1, div 1 rooms. There's proper people doing it, which is what I was saying from day one. Like, you should.
And that's how it goes. You know, it's just like science moves forward. You know, people get hurt on the way to innovating new things. Like you were saying earlier, like a lot of the things that I find out is from a mistake or just because I do things repetitively, and then there'll be, so how I even figured out the holy water thing was I was doing open blasting into like parchment papers in Sonoma County, in my friend Noel's backyard. And it was like 5, 6 in the morning. The light was just coming up and it was snowing, which it doesn't usually do in Sonoma. And it was beautiful. I was like, wow, this is a really cool moment. And I'm doing a lot of different strains at once. So it's a lot of little bits. That's why I just had the shallow parchment paper, and they started crashing out because it was snowing outside. It was so cold outside. And it took me so long to get back to the original bit of it that I started seeing the white chunks of, I didn't know what, except for I had looked it up a little bit about, winterization. So I thought maybe it was like the waxes and plant, because I didn't really know, and so I started just kind of pulling it aside because I was like, what's this? I'll try smoking this later. Is this bad? Is it good? I pulled it to the side and it made a much thinner extract that I was able to purge within that night and smoke it the next day, which was like the biggest thing in the world. I was able to take fresh material and smoke it before the material was dried and ready to smoke as flower. So like we were all like, oh, wow, that's amazing. And that was like kind of in the fresh part of it. But it's like that. I just from being observant, is one of those things where it changed everything. And it took a lot of people trying to really overcomplicate things. There's like articles and the IC Mag stuff and forums of people trying to figure out how to make this liquid, and they were overcomplicating it by so much because there were people with PhDs up on there trying to figure things out. And it was really fun for me because I was being quiet about it, but I was reading all of these like theories on how people thought I was doing stuff and who I was and all this stuff. And they were looking for this guy called the Pope and all that. It was really pretty
Oh,
funny at the time. And so that's and but yeah, it's like just in the end, I learned a lot from people trying to figure out what I was doing. They were coming up with stuff that I never even would have thought of. And I was like, oh, I can start doing some of this stuff. That's interesting. But for me, it was like an accident in a lot of ways. I mean, I knew to keep it, I knew the basics of what I was doing, but when I pulled away that THCA and I saved it and it was dry and I smoked it later and it had no flavor. And I got really high from it, as you guys have all probably tried this at some point. And it works very well, but it's like without the terpenes, it's just like this blank, it's almost like a distillate thing, but just a little different. But it's like, so I just threw it away. So it was like 60% of my yield. And I was just, for the first 2 or 3 years, I was just throwing away because no one I knew wanted it. But I was getting so much for the liquid because no one else was doing it that it was making up for the portion that I had to throw away. So those were back in the days of like $125 grams of liquid of holy water because I was getting really small yields until I figured out, oh, you can do like batters, crumble, all this stuff. But I didn't really have a lot of stuff to read or to look on as to why that was happening. But that's kind of how that was beginning. And I started just seeing separation and things like that. And I started using dry ice to put the liquid on in coolers to crash out and just using, Buckner funnels and filters and things like that. But a lot of the stuff that's been figured out, at least by me, has been not necessarily something I was going for, but something I just happened to notice or something that I made a mistake on. Even with the closed loop that I blew myself up on, I learned from that and I helped Boris help design some of his busy bee machines, and give him ideas on that. And so,
So
it does get a bad name,
isn't
definitely.
that's kind of part of how me and Eric's first opportunity to dig in with each other was he was working at a lab in Oakland and a freezer had gone bad and they had a bunch of material that was kind of right there on this edge and not to know what to do with, and we were like, well, if we freeze it and we're going with resin, so we literally went down on a salvage mission, and
Yeah.
that's kind of where other doors started opening up. But we were taking this soggy material, refreezing it, making certain it was bashed up, and then tossing it in and using liquid CO2,
Yeah,
right? Getting the sift out, rolling it up in these burrito socks.
totally. Well,
Yeah.
getting the THCA out of it, and that's what I love about the Resinator, to bring it back to Resinator, is that having one of those in our lab, because we have a lot of different equipment, we do solventless, we do BHO. It started out as CO2, and then I was doing consulting, and so I decided to stay. But the Resinator is one of those machines that does so many different things. It's, you can do dry sift, you can do the live, the fact that you can run that for BHO, the fact that you can get so much done, like I said, as far as like we need to get like thousands, 50 kilos really quick of something. The resonator is the way to go because you can start running those key fronts. And what you were talking about channeling earlier, as far as I was saying about TJ is amazing in the way he can make things happen as far as, okay, it's like I need this. So it's like I had the R&D department of where I work. And so that's why I'm able to figure some of the stuff out with TJ because that's kind of the deal is I get a lot of numbers for him and he works with me. And so we were able to make bigger socks. They're just slightly bigger than the 6-inch round material columns. And because of that, if they're a little bit bigger and it gets packed, we notice when we pack it in there a little tighter, not too tight to where we can't work it, but if it's packed in there nice and tight, we actually get so much of the yield comes out in the first two passes. Like we were first doing like 8 or 10 passes of butane at like 30 pounds of butane each time. We found we really only need to do like a 4 or 5 to 1 with this. So we're able to get so much so quickly. And it's just one of those things. And then right now we're using it for doing just our trim for our dry sift, which we can make static sift, which, we have like, we got some good versions of that. Let's see if I can, you know, straight heads, kind of hard to see without the light, but you guys know the deal. Um,
Oh
But
yeah.
you know what I mean? It's just, yeah, it's like the goods. And, you know, it's being able to turn things that before we were doing this, they were just sometimes throwing our trim away because we would just have it stored for a while. And just like, we're such a big operation that some things get kind of put to the wayside and then those things really add up. So it's like, you know, even doing dishes and ethanol to be able to, you know, rotovap that back out and get, or, you know, there's always ways to get the most bang for your buck. I really feel like the Resinator is one of those machines that's so versatile that if another machine goes down, you can also start using Resinator for other things. And I don't know really any other machine that's as versatile as that. And so I just gotta give TJ props for that. You know,
Yeah.
Hey,
it is one of those amazing machines. You know, it's easy to use too.
that sift was a little bit hard to see, but if you go look at TJ's last Instagram post, the 2-minute sift
Yeah.
video he just put out, it's got a ton of awesome footage of heads.
Dropping additional content.
Yeah, here we go. You got the light. There you go.
Dude, imagine in 2008, I went to Skunkman Sam's and I photographed that shit for the first time, the pure heads. Never had I seen pure heads before. When I looked under my camera lens, it shocked me to see heads that pure from sifting, from not water hash. Water hash, it was no problem. You could look at the 120 bag or even the 160 sometimes and it was pure heads, but pure heads on dry sifting in 2007 or 8 was like absolutely nobody had that shit. It was insane. And I can tell you, Eric, from what you mentioned about like how you would like, you know, people were trying to figure out what you were doing. When Sam showed me the sift and I asked him like, can I take a picture of it and post it? He said, yeah, I guess so. That started everything.
Yeah.
Like, that photo started everything. Like it was just this avalanche of people like, I need to figure that out. I have to figure that out. It just drove people insane. And in fact, one of my friends who wanted to know it the most was my good buddy B420K, who was very much like a kind of biker guy and very much like on the loyalty, like he's loyal. He knows what loyalty is. Yet he would grind me like about this process and I'd say, look, dude, like this is my loyalty to Skunkman Sam. I'm not going to show you it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't like try to trick me into, but what about this? And what about that? And what about this? And I'd be like, dude, like, listen, you got to just think about loyalty because I am loyal to Sam. He has requested that I don't show this to anyone. And what a fun thing to have for however many years.
It is.
Nobody knew.
Like, oh, wow.
Nobody knew how to do it. When I started showing people, they were like, it's so simple as everything is in hash. It's not rocket science, much like Nico said earlier, but it is rocket science at the same time. It's both not rocket science. You've seen it when you came out with holy water and a million people tried to do it and couldn't do it.
Yeah,
it's not until you tell them how to do it and then they come out and say, oh, I know how to do it. I know how to do that the
every
whole
time.
Oh, come on. I've been doing that since 2000 and rewrite your history.
I've been doing it. I want to make a t-shirt that says that.
I've been doing it.
Been doing it.
Some guy today on my Instagram post, he was like, he made the mistake. He's like, oh, bubble hash. Yeah, Nicotine says he coined that. He didn't. I've been making bubble hash since the 80s.
No, it was Mila. And she's the hash queen.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Well, I mean,
you're wrong. Mila ripped off Reinhardt. She stole the idea from Reinhardt, and she didn't even come up with the idea. I guess
Eldon came up with
bag.
Listen, it was Eldon's idea, but the first person to brand it, market it, and then I got access to the pollinator bags.
Mark Rose manufactured them. He named them. So when we call Mila the hash queen and listen, she did the pollinator. We can give her the pollinator, but she did not invent the bags. She had nothing to do with inventing the bags. She sold them for a very short period of time before Mark Rose realized she was making them with Turkish labor instead of with him in Nepal, and that's how he got in touch with me. Karma. He reached out to me and said, hey, do you need a manufacturer? And I said, absolutely. He's been my manufacturer for 26 years.
That's epic.
And he invented
an amazing relationship.
Yeah, and Eldon was amazing too. You know, Eldon was supposed to get 5% of sales from that product and never received $1. So that is pretty.
I guess
shitty.
My first exposure to using bags was my pollinator bags, then my bubble bags, and then
isolator.
And it's just so funny. I'm in Europe. Everyone just calls it isolator here. I'm like,
it's the isolator bags, and that's what Mark Rose. He was sitting looking at the machine, Reinhardt's machine. You know, I spent 5 years and about $200,000 learning all of this. I did massive investigations worldwide on this. This wasn't just like some internet story. I hired high-end lawyers, McCartney Tetro, they're pharmaceutical lawyers. They liked my case because it was so small. All of their other cases were multi-billion-dollar cases. So I hired these guys and I said, whatever listen, I'll tell you, I'll be honest. Had I found out that Mila was the originator, I would have paid her, but it was Reinhardt. All of the bags came from Reinhardt's ice cold extractor. And I found that out through a very costly, that no one else was willing to do. And at the end of it, I paid Reinhardt, Jason from Payload Bags paid Reinhardt, and Lucy from Triple X paid Reinhardt. The only person who didn't pay Reinhardt was Mila. And so I like to keep the history accurate.
You know?
What's that?
R.I.P.
Reinhardt. Yeah, rest in peace to Reinhardt.
Yeah.
He became a good friend as we were going through that. He had a lot more bigger things going on with his family that were happening with him during my lawsuit. So when I finally got the mouthpieces, i.e. the lawyers, out of the room, and I got to talk to Reinhardt, because, everyone wants to rewrite the history and no one wants to tell the truth. And this is, the problem with this cannabis industry, that it's so easy to rewrite the truth and then have other people speak said untruth.
Well, there's too many truths, right?
There's so many truths, dude. It's unbelievable. And I don't pretend to know all of them. I've really, it wasn't easy for me to pay Reinhardt 6 figures. I wasn't stoked on that, but I did it because it was the right thing to do. And I can be honest, if that pathway led to Mila being the hash queen, she invented the bag, she did it all, I would have paid her 100%. I had no problem. I told my lawyers, whatever I learn, I will not hide. It is the truth. And this is what I really think. We are at our strongest in this world when we are the most authentic. And if you change your story, you are no longer authentic. And people can smell that and they can taste it. And it's just not an ideal situation. And so in our industry, where it's just an absolute shit show with people rewriting their histories and, I'm the Pope, actually, I created holy water. Like, you must realize that that's me. It's like, no, it's this other dude who's hiding, who doesn't want the credit, who's actually doing the work and making the mistakes and coming up with the revelations. And so Reinhardt sat on that couch. He looked at that machine and he said, two 5-gallon bag shaped, 2 5-gallon bucket shaped bags in a 5-gallon bucket, and you've got the same thing. That's all he said. It was like a 30-second blurb. And I knew Eldon. So I knew Eldon well. And in fact, I would gift Eldon tickets to Legends of Hash when nobody was gifted a ticket. Everyone paid for their ticket for Legends of Hash for the first 15 years. Like Skunkman Sam bought his ticket, Rob Clark bought his ticket. Nobody was above the law and got a free ticket. Eldon, I always bought Eldon's ticket up until he passed away. And rest in peace to Eldon as well. And shout out to Mark Rose for being a huge part of the isolator and bubble bag history. He manufactured both the bags. He named the bags. He was a huge part of coming up with the new screen sizes with me. And it's an interesting thing because when I went to Amsterdam and I met Mark, because Mark was on the outs with Mila, and Mila is secure in Amsterdam. People love Mila in Amsterdam. She's part of that city. She's a huge part of the cannabis culture. She's extremely loved. And so Mark was very much on the outside of that. And when I went to Amsterdam, every single person I talked to would give me the Mila. They'd say, oh, that guy's a piece of shit. Don't ever work with him. He's a nightmare. Well, we sold millions and millions of dollars worth of bubble bags together. And I also had the same name for probably the first 15 years in Amsterdam. It was, oh, he's a thief. He's a rip-off artist. He stole from... I lived with that for 15 fucking years. And it wasn't true. So you can imagine that I'm a little bit sensitive to it when I hear anyone bring her up and say things that aren't exact. Now, I would never take away the history that she was a huge importance to you. I always give her props. She was as important as anyone. It's not like you become less important just because you didn't invent them. I didn't invent them. I created novelty. I came up with new bags, but I didn't invent the bags. I don't think you have to be the inventor to be the be all end all. I think we're all parts of a ladder, and we build this beautiful ladder for our community to climb. And being a rung in that ladder is all that we need to be.
Yeah, just contributing.
You don't need to be 10 rungs. You don't need to be the whole ladder. Just contributing. Mark, you had your hand up for a while. It was about terpenes and volatiles. I'm sure it's chemistry. Give us a go. How you doing, Dr. Mark?
Hey, how's everyone doing? Eric, good to see you again, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you too, as always. I love it.
Yeah, it's been a minute. So Eric and I crossed paths in that year of 2014,
Yep.
Out at the Santa Rosa Cup.
The Emerald Cup?
Yeah, that was the High Times Cup, but it was in the
That was
Santa
the High
Rosa
Times.
Fairgrounds, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was,
Yeah, and so wasn't that the one where Brendan?
the Skittles kind of.
Yeah, no. So Davalicious. So if I remember correctly, the story is that he added frozen blueberries to his blast, right? And no one knew this, and he won first place. But then, like, he was all high on Molly that night, and then at the event, he was like, "Oh, dude, I added some frozen.
Yeah, I forgot.
I added some frozen fruit to my blast, and I think one of the judges was right there, like, "Yo, dude, you can't do that." But it was just super interesting because that was right around the time. I think you were better by then, right? Because you were.
Yeah, I was better. So that was. So yeah, because I burned myself in the beginning of 2013. So by 2014, I was better, especially by that one. That one was interesting because there was like that panel that they just Res went up and started talking about the jar of holy water up there.
Exactly.
They're all talking about that, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is all happening so fast. Back then, we had all the like CEOs and people with like money that never smoked any weed ever.
Yeah.
Up to,
that was the CEO Cup, right?
All these like $1,000 $1 million handshakes, and just all these promises. It was a really exciting time. It was one of those but I do remember also I was really hyping the Skittles that year because I'd met both of them like in the parking lot of the Steep Hill, and they were like, yeah, we're branding this Skittles strain. And I was like, yeah, I got this thing called holy water. I'll show you guys. And they're like, whoa, we've never seen anything like that. And I smelled their weed. And I was like, what is this? I was like, this smells fucking amazing. And so they're like, you want to do a trade? And I was like, yeah, I'll trade you guys. And so I ended up doing a trade and got some Skittles. First time I ever had Skittles or ever heard of it. And then went and met up with Rez, who's a judge for that. And I went through and just smoked all the stuff with him. And I found the Skittles because you can see it. It's like, it looks terrible. At least, by any metrics of the time, it looked terrible. And I was just like, that's the one. And I was just hyping it so big because I was just, when something new comes along that doesn't smell like anything, Skittles was that. It's just one of those like, holy shit, what is this? It looks terrible, but it's probably the best thing I've ever, like one of my favorite things. And I know people now have gotten, it's in everything. People get tired of things. I get all that. There's like that with Trainwreck back in California in the day, but I love Skittles.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you throwing it back to the crew too. So Dr. Dan, and Pinsky and Noel, So
totally.
I don't know if you remember, but basically Pinsky told me to sit in the Nectar's booth, and I was not to like it was my first cup, and he didn't want me going around talking with people. Ended up meeting Adam Dunn and Kenny and everybody, but it was funny because
that was 2013.
2014.
2014.
Shit. I met Adam Dunn
spring
in
of 2014. There you
crazy.
go.
Holy
so
shit.
you had me beat by a few years.
But yeah, that's why I met a ton of people. That's where we met, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Where we met. Yeah. Well, I knew Jenny from Fish Tour, right?
Yep.
And you and Jenny were an item at the time, maybe? Were you or no?
That was during that time.
That's right. So, but I wandered over to Elite Cannabis's booth. So I met Dave Bonvillain for the first time. Dave, right? Yeah. And that whole crew. And they had a display of ChemDog glass, right? And I was like, wait, who are these guys repping ChemDog? I know, Greg, wait a second. So I took a photo of their glass display and sent it over to G. And in between me getting confirmation back from G that these guys are legit and that's totally his stuff and they're repping him, one of the guys from Elite came around. He's like, "Hey, what's going on? Are you interested in this class?" I was like, "Wait a second, is this ChemDog?" And the guy started questioning me and got kind of like a little shitty with me. But then G's like, "No, those are my boys. They're all good." He gets a little bit of that money, and this is after he got in trouble. Yeah. But throw it back to so like when we started testing. I mean, first of all, like I remember I had tested some stuff that I got from Kind Bill, and I think what Kind Bill always recognized is that there's a whole lot more terpenes you get out of fresh frozen extraction than you do. And so what happens is it changes the solubility of the THCA, right? So your THCA, which is the white stuff that you recognize, was crashing out and everything. Every profile or every different strain has got a different solubility characteristic, where certain strains are going to have a higher solubility limit for the THCA. So you're going to get a nice holy water, you're going to get really a liquid extract, versus something that's going to start sugaring out, or you're going to start seeing diamonds forming. So back in the day, I mean, we didn't really have the terpene analysis and testing that we have today. So did you find that certain strains, again, just because the terpene profiles are different, and if the terpene profiles are different, then their solubility limit of THCA are going to be different. So were there certain strains that gave really like only an oil extract, or certain strains where if you let that oil age, you're going to start seeing diamonds form? Or
so my process from the beginning was, so a lot of people thought I was just doing a thing where I was just taking basically like the mother liquid before there's anything, straight from the extractor, and then doing like the jar tech where it would crash in the jar and you just do a pour off. But what I was doing was I was taking the liquid before I purged all the butane out of it, and I bought these stainless steel buckets from Bed Bath & Beyond, and I would put the liquid in there and I'd put it on dry ice overnight. And so what I was always doing was I was always cold crashing all the THCA out no matter what. So I never really did just a thing where it would just be the oil, because I always separated out. Now, what I had noticed is, depending on the solubility of how much butane and propane I had left in that mixture, would be how much THCA I got out of it.
Yeah.
Or else, and then I would take the liquid part of it, and then I would put that in a day of cold also, or on the dry ice, and that would get the wax out. So that'd be like my de-waxing phase. And then that's how really thin. So the really high terpene ones are, so my liquid phase of that, after I pull out the THCA, some are thicker and some are thinner. And that is definitely a terpene thing, because we have a strain up here right now. We have a couple of them, but one is our blackberry train wreck, and we have a lavender train wreck, because up in the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of old school strains, which is like a lot of fun for me coming from the Bay. We had all this new stuff, which is also really quite a lot of fun. But it was cool to come up here and see some of the stuff that I grew up with, like in high school, and seeing like the train wrecks and like the skunks, Afghanis and things like that. And so I started seeing stuff like that. But yeah, is there definitely some stuff is just thicker, and it'll either take longer or shorter, because it's either, more or less thin because of the solubility of the terpenes in there. So higher
and
definitely would affect how it crashed out.
The physics of the situation is that if you winterize at those temperatures down below whatever, at dry ice temperatures, which is like negative 150 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So if you winterize down there, now when that oil goes up to room temperature, it has no problem solubilizing all that THCA. And so Pinsky had brought me a sample, and we ran NMR of it, and what we found was that it was about 65% THCA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so the question was, well, what's everything else, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, there's all this fucking terpenes in there. It's like,
45% terpenes is what testing was coming back with the holy water, depending on the strain. But yeah, that's getting.
So
all-
what was your what was your threshold for solvent remaining in the mix? Because I guess that was always a concern.
Well, in the very, very beginning, so we until we did testing, we didn't know. And so I did it
Yeah.
visually. So I'd had I'd had just one of those vacuum chambers that's like a 5 gallon, stainless steel bucket thing with
Right.
the clear lid. And I had like two sous vides. And what I would do is I would just put it on parchment on the bottom and I would pull a vacuum. And then I would have two different heats of water in the sous vides and I would dip it in the water under vacuum. And then I'd be able to see all of the larger misformed bubbles, which were the butane bubbles. I
Yes.
would wait till all those were gone and I would do it until it became just the CO2 bubbles. And so that's how I visually did it at first is I would just, and it would took me a long time, but I would dip it and then I'd let it sit
So the
overnight.
CO2 bubbles were smaller in
Yeah,
size. Is that what you're
it's like
saying?
so like
Okay.
if you like decarb rosin for pens or anything really, it's like you start seeing it almost looks like a soda, like a 7 Up or it's
Right.
bubbles like that. Whereas the butane bubbles would come
Are
out all
much
big and like kind of
bigger.
sized, like different sizes. And
Yeah.
so I would visually do it like that. And that would be like a taste test thing. So I would just try it at different phases or see smell it. And I was a guinea pig. I hopefully, we'll see,
Well,
I did a
butane's
lot back then.
relatively
We'll see. Yeah,
non-toxic.
yeah, yeah.
I
And
mean,
that's
the
let's just do it.
the threshold in a lot of states is like 5,000
It's 5,000. So
ppm.
our first,
Yeah, but even if you were way up above that, you're really.
yeah,
I mean, you might taste it. You might start to taste it, but
yeah.
you're really
Well,
not
our
gonna.
very first test was like 20,000 ppm or something like that. And I was like, okay, we need to go a little bit longer in the vat because I was just a flavor junkie. The flavor was just everything for me. And so nothing else touched the flavor of what the holy water was doing. Because it's so much, it's so many terpenes as far as percentage wise. And I always would say it was like licking the plant. That was like my first little slogan logo thing. And
Eric, look at this.
yeah, what are we looking
Remember
at?
this?
Let's see.
I still have that banner at the shop.
Oh
Licking the
yeah, like
plant.
licking the plant, totally. So that's the original. So Rez had the seedless guy make that for us because at the time, yeah, that's the first one, like licking the
Yeah.
plant. And
OG.
and I got to give some credit to Rez on the idea on this. He's like, we'll just, he pops off ideas so quick. And he's with DNA Genetics now, but he's just one of those people who's just really good at marketing ideas. And I love that you have that. That's
Isn't that cool?
I
I not only have it, I have it handy,
like-
so I can pull it out.
On demand.
that
On
is so
demand.
funny.
I'm stepping out to go to the airport, guys, but Etienne is gonna co-host the show, so just continue on. And I've already been in touch with TJ, and I'll come in on my phone and try and be a part
Thank
of
you,
the show as
Marcus.
much as possible.
Thank you very much. Yep.
We'll see you soon, everybody.
Travel well.
But
So
the
Eric,
folks here-
at that time, there was really nothing that tasted like holy water, right? I mean, it was really a unique product in the marketplace, right? Like there was really nothing that
there was
even
nobody
came
else
close.
that I knew doing that. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I had yet to have any, except for the people that I had shown. Because there was spoiled patients. I showed them how to do it.
Early boys.
Because I love them, as people. Shout out to Rob, who is one of my favorite people. He lived down the street from
Love
me.
Rob.
So when I was going through all of this, and I was doing a lot of it in Noel's backyard, up in Sonoma, and basically Rob, I was just kind of talking to about it as I went. Because it's just, I would go to his house and he would always have these younger kids there and they'd bring all their glass. They'd have these big parties with like $20,000-$30,000 glass pieces where I'm like, don't hand me a thing that it can break that is worth that much, or at least let me know, because sometimes they hand it to me, I'll be like, I don't even know if I should be touching this. But it was really a lot of fun. And I just went there to go relax. And he was always, he sold weed and did all that back in the day. So I always told him, I would always go over there and be like, I'm not here to sell anything, this is your place, I just want to hang out. But I showed them how to do it just because I like them. And so I was like, you guys do this. And then I kind of split off with Nectars and to do the holy water thing. So Nectars called it terp juice after that. And
Okay,
then
was that cat called the other one? Is that who the other
so
one
that's
was?
I don't, you mean on like, well, there was Noel.
The other one was in Colorado, right?
Yeah,
think.
I'm not sure. So he wasn't connected with me, I don't think. Unless that's at least not that it's like hitting my brain, but it's kind of is. Yeah, because there's also a doctor who did
Yeah.
extractioneering who was also
Yeah,
in
Dr. Dan, right?
yeah, Dr. Dan, who I showed because he was
Yeah,
always after me like he has a PhD in biology and
right.
was just really smart guy, but couldn't figure out how to do it. It would drive him crazy. So we were all going into business together. So finally, I was like, this is about 2 weeks before I left Nectar's. I showed him how to do it because I was just like, okay, we're going into business together. Like, I'll finally do this because it was very strict back then. I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
show anyone, but I was like, okay, we're going to have our same company. So I did that. And then I ended up leaving 2 weeks later over just some personal stuff. And then I kind of wanted to do holy water, which I had started, which, I unfortunately am not with anymore. But yeah, this is a crazy business. But yeah, so basically, like I know the doctor, he went out and had claimed that he invented it, did all this stuff, and just one of those like
Yeah,
situations. And then he was just kind of like on the internet, he was just kind of like talked down to a lot of people, And this
he
is a
did.
movie where
Yeah.
it's like there's no need to. You could be smart, you could be the smartest person in the world, but do you need to put people down if they aren't coming up with the right way to say things to you or like you know what I mean? Because not everybody's the same when it comes to how they communicate. So it's just like, I don't think you should be like, propping yourself up so much by putting other people down and calling
I
them.
think he was bitter that so many other people were kind of like
Well, they were like, yeah, because
they were learning the technology, bringing products to market, and I think he felt like he was sort of left behind or something,
yeah,
maybe.
totally. Maybe because well, he was doing some interesting stuff. I just think that he was just one of those. It's hard to stay relevant and popular if you're putting everybody down all the time online.
Yeah, yeah,
That's kind of how I look at it. It's like, and then for me, it's just like I just didn't go out and talk about stuff. I mean, this is like I don't ever talk about any of this stuff, especially online. So this is interesting for me. I've actually wanted to say some of these things because I don't ever and there is a history there. And I saw Noel. He just did a podcast that was really
where
good.
is he now? What?
He's in
Where
New
is he now?
Jersey. He's in New
Jersey,
Jersey, and
right? Okay.
he's doing the kind of the same thing I do in a lab in New Jersey, and he's doing well now. And but he just did this whole podcast that was really good on what is it it's the Growers Network. I forget what it is, but it's something really good. I'll put a link up. There's a link in my Instagram, the word on the street, but it's the whole history of the headband and like the diesel. And he had
The
Ben from the
headband, yeah.
Sea Collective on there. And because those were like the guys doing all the Chem Dog stuff, and Noel was how I first got Sour Diesel.
Ben and
He
Crispy.
was, yeah, yeah, and
Right,
so
right,
yeah, and
right.
so
But they ended up breaking up, right? So
they did, but
right.
his nephew actually was the product manager for cookies, and how my company up here that I'm with does the cookies and stuff. Because he came up here, he's like, "Oh my God, you're holy water!" Because he got their split, and he was smoking it when he was like 13, and he was like one of like the 8 people at that time that were smoking it, and he was just blown away. He's like, "Oh my God!" I was like, "Whoa, this is crazy! I can't believe that you even know who I am, first of all." And that it's this, and it kind of got us the cookies brand at the time. It's one of those funny, like full circle moments where I was like, wow. But yeah, those guys ended up splitting up. But Ben was always, he was the best grower I ever knew. I mean,
Hmm.
he was so good at the curing, everything, but they just dropped so much knowledge on like where the headband came from, that original 56-day headband. And the story behind that is really interesting. But I got to run all that stuff in the beginning because I was like the California guy that Noel kind of met. And I was going down to LA and I knew all the Kush guys down there. And so I was bringing the Kush back up to the Bay because there was no real OG Kush up in the Bay. And so I was bringing the diesel down to LA, which because there wasn't a lot of diesel down there that I knew of, and bringing the Kush back up to the Bay. And I was spending half my life in LA, half my life in the Bay for like 3 4 years. That was a really fun time of best herb ever. I mean, I've never that little period in between that was like, oh man, 2002 to 2006, that period of like sour diesel and cushes were so good. And then the cookies kind of came out in 2008 and kind of upped things and at least have things that were different. I got to run some of the first Sherbinski, that Sherbert, just being around for all of these beginnings of these things. I was just like,
Hmm.
such a lucky person, to be around during that time because I was a little younger than a lot of those guys, but I was kind of just helping them get rid of everything and just having a really, really, really good time doing it and being able to make the extracts. And that's where holy water kind of came from, was those strains. So I would have like the headband and those sour diesels and like the chem and all of this like stuff I would do whatever for now, I would do a lot for some of that now.
Eric, what are you doing now? How do you feel like it's evolved since when you were doing holy water and now? Do you feel like you've really pushed the tech further than what you did?
Yeah, I've done some interesting stuff as far as
like that was next level. That clear, that was next level.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to bring up, I guess, was because now we actually just have an R&D department that I am now just the head of the R&D department of where I'm at, which I love because that's my favorite part of it. And so I got to mess around this last year with this machine. It was called the tandem machine, and there's only one in 4 different states. He was just doing one per state. And basically it was for making getting terpenes from he made it is basically kind of like a heated tumbler to evaporate terpenes, and then he had this whole interface that I think it was a guy from like NVIDIA or something had programmed to be able to do like kind of get all the terpenes from evaporated weed. And we started doing live in there, and I was able to pull out jars of just straight terpenes, like clear water terpenes that was not steam extracted. It was not, so basically we were not using a solvent in any way to get these terpenes. And so it was like solventless solvent terpenes or whatever. So it was something where I was able to kind of mess around with, oh, can I mix this with solventless stuff? Since it's just coming from the plant evaporated. So I was able to kind of make a whole bunch of new, interesting products with that. So that's been a fun thing to be messing around with. That, and then obviously the Resinator stuff that I've been able to do. But as far as, when I first started with the holy water, we had yet to even think about making carts with it, like melting down that THCA and mixing it back in. And so I went to that chalice cup, the first chalice cup that Dougie did. There was only like 150 people at that one or whatever. And we got an STS9, Sound Tribe to play that night. And we were there. That was one of my first like holy water ones. Noel was down there with nectars. And it was quite a lot of fun, but that's where I met Baroni. That's where I met
Chris.
I met him, yeah, Chris at, and that was the very first time I'd ever heard of or seen the clear. I didn't know about distillate. That was the very first time. And it was one of the first, that was still in 2014, I think. So it was the beginning of holy water. It might have been the year after, I forget, but I was like, in the beginning. And so he gave me a jar of his clear and I gave him a jar of my holy water. And then we did a mixed jar. I still have a picture of it. And that was the first time distillate had ever been mixed with a terp fraction, the holy water. And that was the beginning of something big there. We didn't even know it yet. Yeah. But we called that the Holy Grail at the time. And it's funny because it ended up being something that I still work with today. That's what we do. We melt down THCA. We mix in really clean the terp fraction, the holy water, whatever you want to call it, the terp juice, like a lot of different names, the HTE, whatever it may be, back in, and then you can modify how it tastes, and you have a lot of control over the strength. You want to have the percentage of what your people like, so things have changed a lot from the beginning all the way through. I also got better at it and just knowing the science behind what I was doing. The beginning, I was just doing things with ideas, and then they were coming out a lot of different ways. So I didn't always know which variable was the thing that made the change. So it took a long time for me to nail down things that had to do with color or things that had to do with some of the thickness. It's been a lifelong learning thing for me.
Advancements in technologies also pushed you in that direction, right?
Absolutely.
Well, challenged you, right, to then pull your craft.
Yeah, like the first closed loop that I made, I changed it to it going, so my closed loop was like a pony keg that had quick connect things on the side, and then it just had the stainless steel tube up the middle, and it was running by a pump. And so I would pump, distill, I'd crack cans and distill the cans into a tank. or not. No, I would not
Yeah,
distill
the
it.
can cracker.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
can
and
cracker.
then you'd have to distill it
Pump into
after.
the tank and then
That shit
distill
was,
it after. Distill
yeah.
it after. And then because you saw some of this stuff, I was doing this in the little lab that we had.
Yep.
And
Ulta, that's
so
epic.
because we'd switched to, and so this closed loop, I had to have it. I went to Teflon bags. So I was using these PTFE bags that were for butane because I found a company that does chemical specialized stuff. And so I made this closed loop and I was trying to get, there was no heated jacket or anything like that. So what I did is I got, those ice pack sheets that are gels, like gels that are squares. I got a bunch of those and heated them up in hot water, and I'd put them at the bottom of the closed loop, and I put all of the liquid that was in the Teflon bags in the lines of the hot bags, and I'd close it back up, and I would purge all of the different strains and everything all at once using those bags, using those ice cube things. So I've had to come up with like a lot of different ways to do things to keep it still a liquid because I didn't want to pull everything out and I needed to do like 10 strains at once. And doing a closed loop, you'd have to be going in and out all the time. So I just had like a dip tube that I could go to each bag as I was running and then pull it all out. And so that was all, one of the first closed loop designs that didn't stick around because it doesn't make sense now. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways I've done things throughout the years that have changed with the different ways of purging. Vacuum purging was, that changed the game, made things a lot easier.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that was actually a game changer for me, Eric. My
yeah,
biggest
yeah,
thing with
just in
Mark,
general.
I
Yeah,
I bought one of the first AIs. I had like serial number 7 or 9
yeah,
or whatever.
totally.
But that's what changed my career, was
Yeah,
having
I did.
that
I had one
AI.
of the first ones as well. Yeah,
It let me get under 100 ppm. That was back in the day when I was only making shatter. We weren't going for the holy water. We wanted a homogeneous state with
yeah,
everything in
absolutely.
as a full spectrum, but that was just stable, room
Yep.
stable, and still my preferred form of solventless as far as rosin. Everyone prefers the cured. It's easier texture. I get it, right? But just as far as something that's cleaner and harder to fake,
Yeah,
having just the right resin that you can stabilize, oh, it's
yeah.
brilliant.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it was fun. You and I used to talk about different ways of doing things all the time. It's like I used to find ways where I would do the slower drip into the recovery column and keep that flow going.
We
Like
can match our throughput because then we recover
yeah,
at the same
yeah. So
time. It would
remember
maximize
all
our
that?
ability to
Yeah,
recover. Yeah.
yeah. So I was always changing things up because I'm also a person who gets, I think I just get bored easily, or it's maybe ADHD, whatever you might call it. It's a little bit of all that, I think. And
Actually,
so
I
I'm
got a good
always
tech
trying
question
new
for you.
things. Sure.
Okay, so pens, right? We're talking about the holy grail.
Yeah.
Would you rather homogenize your formulations with a mag stirrer or a centrifuge, or neither?
I mean, I like the centrifuges, honestly, the ones that are a little offset. I just for
Yeah.
just how easy they are, and for them to have a temperature control. It's like I like the ones like we have one that's not offset, but I first found those offset ones when I did a consultation in Puerto Rico. They had one, and I was like, oh wow, you could even just you could have like a hard THCA melt and just put the holy water on top of that and spin it
Done.
and you
Oh,
got
so
it. Like
sick.
it's
So
crazy.
sick.
Like you don't even have to use heat to do that. I mean, and then you can make batters so easily. Everything to me at this point is about, trying not to use heat if possible. I'd rather do time than heat. It depends though. Sometimes a quick, but
Yeah, but
I
then
think
time can be the enemy, and you want to use heat as a
yeah, yeah.
tool, get in
It's
and get out.
it's a
It just
balance, and it
depends.
really depends on so many different, temperature, oxygen, all the different stuff. I tend to right now since I don't have one of the off kilter centrifuges, I just manually make the batters.
Yep.
I do the percentage I want. I mix the sauce in with the pure THCA, and then just over a period of multiple days, just let it naturally melt in as I stir it. And I take my time with it. Um, but yeah, I prefer the centrifuge, I think, just because it's so easy. And to be able just to do it quick like that is nice, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary, but it's a good thing to have in a lab. In fact, after this episode, I'm going to talk them into buying
Oh,
me
I was
one.
like, buying one.
Be like, hey,
Quick.
we had this whole conversation. I mean, it's obviously the best thing to get. So,
So then I might as well go for a bladeless. I mean, I've
yeah,
been playing a little
totally.
bit with the bladeless ones for purging
Okay.
live.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
heard work tremendous because you can achieve, I mean, just basically 0 ppm or ppb, whatever your testing
Yeah,
is, without as much heat. right? You can get to
Yeah.
that same result and it's quicker. And they have ones now. I mean, there's so many companies in California that have been
Yeah.
liquidating their equipment, whatever. I'm sure you guys can find one up there for
Yeah.
a solid price.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's cool. I'm always down to right now I'm looking for like a cold crash because right now I'm doing some stuff trying to get some stuff down for Europe because they can't use butane out there. So it's got to be
You were
like a
telling me this, like a pentane wash
yeah,
after
yeah.
doing a
So I'm
biomass
trying to
reduction
do
with the
so I'm trying to
resonator.
do some stuff with that right now. That's kind of some of the R&D stuff. And still trying to do a thing where I can do a holy water like that with pentane, but that's a lot harder to do.
You're
So
a
I am
sicko.
doing I know I'm doing, but it would be, but I've done the testing I've done has come back and it's at 0 ppm. So I'm real strict when it comes to, especially if it's a pentane thing, it's got to be 0. I don't want any. And
Nothing.
so, and it doesn't work as well for terpenes, but it still can make a really nice product. So we'll see. It's fun, the idea of teaching a new continent. Some
What
of
about
this,
hexane? Because that's got a high boiling point too.
Hexane also, I don't know if that's something that's on their list. This is something that's new for me, and I'm not even involved
Yeah.
on like the business side of it, or I'm more just like they're asking me questions. I'm doing some experiments right now.
Hexane's a neurotoxin, though, so even
Yeah, I tried
residual.
to stay away, right? Hexane,
Yeah,
it's one of those like really intensely bad for you.
yeah.
So that's why
Pentane,
I've never
not
really,
as bad.
yeah.
Pentane and butane is even safer. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think,
So I just know they don't do butane out there because it's dangerous.
yeah.
It's not even on the list of things for them because I know they're known out there for pharmaceutical safety and things like that. So they're real strict. But that's something I'm just looking forward to. I got to go out to Amsterdam this last April to kind of teach how to make carts because they're going to start doing carts in some of the clubs in Amsterdam. Which when I went there, there are really no carts.
Do
Like
you know
Europe
if
doesn't
ethanol's on
really.
their list?
Yeah, they're like not done. It's just starting. When I was in Rotterdam, I only found one place that had a cart, and it was a rosin cart. And because like our company, one of the owners of our company is Alex, who owns Active. The AVD that actually have some of their new stuff here. Want to
Well, I
grab
was
it?
wondering if you're allowed to talk about who you're working for and the
Yeah.
companies you're making cartridges for.
Yeah. That's like, well, that's the thing is like AVD, they're, I think, the best around. And they got that new singular thing coming out where it's like, that's why I said I actually have one around here somewhere. I'll have to find it, but it's like the pod thing where you can go into different batteries. And I've been able to help them with their R&D by, like basically giving them oil, figuring out what it is, what it helps work with what, even though they have a whole person, two people that do that down where they do it, but I've been able to get my input in there, which is great. Um, but yeah, it's like it's crazy. The cart thing was a big thing. That we do a lot of carts. We produce up here like 50 kilos a week. As far as just between rosin, BHO, and distillate and everything we do. So it's been fun to be able to do something in a big scale and kind of set up the different departments and how they work, and then have those things running smoothly now. And now getting to do just kind of the R&D stuff, which is like the most fun thing.
The most
That's
fun, yeah, by far
yeah,
the best.
yeah, it is the best part. It's frustrating sometimes, but that's part of it. It doesn't always work. So you're kind of on the hook sometimes for like if you spend a lot of time on something and eventually it's not something that can work, it's not as good of a feeling as when it does, but it's part of it. So, I'm always down to try. And if they give me enough space to do it, then I can. And that's what's cool about where I'm at, which I want to shout out Sungrown, Leaf Works, Full Spec. Those that's my company and our brands up here. And shout out my whole crew because honestly, it takes a huge team of people to do
Oh,
everything, as you guys all know.
how do they find you? How do they find your company? Drop your deets so
So
everybody knows.
So I was with Holy Water down in California before I split with them, and I was doing a consultation. So Alex met who has Holy Water now, Mike, and met him, and they knew each other, and so they're like, "Oh, Holy Water, we know about you guys and had heard of you," and so I went up to do a consultation, and they're like, "Oh, so like you're Holy Water." Because they had told me that Mike had told them that he was the guy. Anyway, different story, whatever. And they're like, yeah, you definitely know what you're talking about. Like, And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do this consultation. I helped them get the Busy Bee machine that they got. I was helping Boris kind of figure out what it is we needed, and that was their very first really big one, like the multi-rack one. And then eventually I decided to just move up here because I grew up in California, and it just wasn't going so well down there, and I needed a change. And they offered it, and they're like, "What do you need?" They gave me a car, a place to live, a job where I got to help. So they were just doing CO2 at the time, so I was
Like,
able to,
gonna
you
do
know.
what you love all day, just literally sit there and do what you have a felony for. But
Which is the best thing ever. So, and believe me, that the irony of that is not lost on me, and how fortunate I've been in my life to have not only be able to do this after a felony, but also still be alive after blowing myself up, all for the same thing, and to be able to be on a podcast right now talking to you guys about all of it. That no matter how things are going on in my life, I can always remember that and be like, I am very, very fortunate, and and it's quite a story and quite a ride. But yeah, that's kind of how I ended up here because we're in Wenatchee, Washington, which is about an hour north of the Gorge. I don't know if any of you get any music fans out there, but the Gorge is the best ever. And it's actually the first place I saw fish in '97. I saw them there. I saw them the first time I saw them out of
Great
California.
show.
Eric,
my-
you
was
always
my
have
first-
such a way to bring everything back to fish.
I do. Yeah, 'cause my first show was at Shoreline 95, the first chess game show. And after that, I was hooked. And so once I graduated high school that summer, I went up to the Gorge. And so it's been a very special place for me. And now I live an hour away from there. And the last time they played was in 2021 there. And I saw that. And they just haven't been back since. I'm like, God, I live an hour away. Come on. That's okay. I'm putting this out there right now. Maybe they're listening right now. Play the Gorge. So, but anyway, sorry, that's a tangent. But it's
Well, how do people find you on social media?
I'm the Ward underscore on the street. And so I had the Holy Water 710 one, but that no longer is mine. And so now I'm the Ward on the street. And so please, yeah, check it out. It's kind of just my personal one. But I'm putting more content on there, especially after this. I'll start doing some stuff. You can see that jar of clear terps that I made with that machine is on there. A bunch of different stuff, a lot of my R&D stuff and things like that. A lot of the promotional stuff that TJ uses, I gave him pictures of all of my stuff. So a lot of the product from that are from pictures of things I've done. And so I have like a big collection. I'll start putting more content out there now that I think about it. I should probably get on that.
You guys have been, covering a lot of ground about, extraction, and, it gets technical. One of the things that I wanted to really showcase and talk about was just the flower, that's such the other side of the industry. So many of us are, getting so, the artistry of making extracts. There's so many different pathways to get different results, and they're becoming more standardized. And you guys are definitely legends and pioneers, and continuing to innovate, I think, is kind of part of what really was driving the story we were wanting to tell. And I think Eric elaborating on his extensive knowledge and being able to use tools in his arsenal, like what the Resinator does, that Cryo-Sift is something that we started talking about, like just 2-minute Nitro-Sift. Everything that Marcus is talking about with, looking at those heads underneath the scope, from dry sift. Well, as soon as you're going into a cryogenic application and you're working about live material, the rules change. The cold chain, that's what we were going to kind of get into. And I think when you start talking about the cold chain, aside from just the relationship to the live solventless world, that's really starting to, get traction, because as we were talking about earlier, you have easier access. You're not going to blow yourself up, if you don't know what you're doing. Now, granted, there's more access than there's ever been, but there's also more demand that's coming from, variety. And I think that's what's amazing about the innovation that I'm seeing happen from those who we work with, real pioneers in the industry, like Harrison and like Eric. Harrison's work is demonstrated on his IG pretty, he had a pretty incredible page until they, dropped him. But I'd like to have maybe Harrison talk some about his, because when I look at, the way I approach, the industry. I mean, of course, there's many different types of I mean, there's a pathway. Like one guy doesn't even want to talk about solventless or butane, or hydrocarbon. They just want to talk about flour. Another guy wants to only, we need to expand our solventless division. Some are in the building stage where they're not fully integrated, or they don't have a hydrocarbon, or type 7 in California. Are they doing ethanol? And so when you kind of start breaking apart like every direction that you can go from just the baseline of biomass, if you just think about it from that, the mindset of what's biomass and where does it start? It starts in the field. You have a live plant, from the point of harvest. That's really where, all this conversation is built around. Of course, the lineage and the way that the product is grown. I mean, we all know that, quality in, quality out, right? But when what we're doing here is we're passing the baton from the point where everything that we're talking about in extraction is just as deep on the other side when it comes to cultivating, from every decision to the seed to the soil, to the nutrient to the placement of the sun, every dynamic. It's not easy. You could put everything into it. I mean, sometimes it just grows itself. And extraction happens in that same complex area. And so when I'm thinking about biomass, and I think that's like part of what is important for just the scope of this whole conversation, is just to say, what is it that you need to accomplish, when you're thinking about it from a perspective of, I'm taking a SKU to market. And so what does the market demand? And depending on what the market demand is going to drive the decision. And so I think that's what's just, amazing about what we're seeing in the industry and some of the problems that we're able to solve, is we're able to identify them, and then from post-harvest to the part where it's packaged and on a shelf, we're able to be a part of that solution. And doing something as simple to the industry with like a 2-minute Nitro-Sift with live material, without having to do any water, without having to use any static, in itself demonstrates the power of diversity. And when we talk about, I know I'm ranting a little, but I think it's wild to understand how complex something can be when it's actually so simple on its face. You look at any one of these individual pathways and they might seem, okay, I can understand that. You start peeling back the layers and you start finding this complex, biodiverse, chemistry happening of just, I mean, a lot of it can be called bro science because that's how it's all, really come from, is trial and error, anecdotal, but anecdotal has saved millions of lives. So, you can't discredit, what that means. So in the meantime, we're all out here pioneering. We're all out here still knocking doors down, innovating. Aside from something like a 2-minute Nitro-Sift, part of the reason we're even in the space of freeze drying, which is a relationship to a live sift, because you do need, the elements that are associated with sublimation and lyophilization to remove the water, to actually stabilize the product and preserve all of its greatness. But that's something that's kind of revolutionary because nobody else is doing it. I mean, I'm paying attention and I see a lot going on out there, and we're always trying to maximize what we're up to. But that is something in itself when you start talking about why am I even doing that? And I'll leave it at this because I want you guys to, probe. I want to open up some minds here, because aside from something that's even innovating in new territory, sift to hydrocarbon, Eric's really, really talking about, sift to rosin is something that, Harrison, can really, speak to. When we talk about a 2-minute Nitro-Sift that came from Cryo-Trim, it's the live trimming part that's fascinating because it leads to smokable freeze dried flowers, which on some levels is like the new frontier. When you're able to take fresh frozen material, which traditionally is relocated to two primary directions, you have hydrocarbon extraction or you have fresh frozen or ice water extraction. That's it. You pick your path, and then the decision's driven by which one's yielding the most, because it warrants the labor costs associated to extract the material. Sometimes you're like, this isn't even worth extracting. So then they kick it down to ethanol. right? So when we're able to take a flower, and even with intention, for us, we've been able to make use of something that somebody might discard for that reason. It's beautiful looking flower. It didn't quite get the yield they're looking for. Well, I can take fresh frozen flower and bring it back to life and make it a smokable flower. And the way we do that is because the cold chain's been preserved. And then we take that flour out of a deep freezer, right? Cold storage, and you can store it as long as you keep it, like negative, 15 degrees, that's adequate for long-term storage, but you want to still seal it correctly. But I could take that flour out of the deep freeze. I can put it into the resonator for a cryo-trim process where we're just using the CO2 or the nitrogen as a freezing agent to get that exterior leaf just brittle enough to fracture and fall from the flower. And when you look at the result of the trim, when you look at the bud, you wouldn't believe a pair of scissors hadn't touched it. It's sometimes it's seeing is believing, and that's why we get out there and try to really show what we're up to. But when you do that with a live flower, it changes the game. Right now, I have to keep the cold chain. And that's what led us down the pathway of freeze drying, right? That's what led us down the pathway to figure out how to solve the problem of what an amazing trim job a cryo-trim does with the fresh frozen flower or a live flower. And then as soon as you take that, put it into a freeze dryer, 24 hours later, I mean, look, it's not as simple. I mean, we've made it popcorn button simple, but it didn't start out that way. The journey was long. And I think that that's a big part of what's crazy is because, like, even when here I am peeling back layers and I'm ready to launch into, talking about freeze dried flour, but it's like remiss of me to not pause and then back up to where I was just speaking about the cryo trim. Because when you're using the resonator to trim, there's no blades or scissors, it's bladeless. So all of the sugar leaf fractures and falls into the bottom of the chamber. That's uncut. So when you look at that trim under a microscope, there's no scissors or blades have touched it. There's no plant particulate all mixed throughout. It's clean trim. It's whole body trim. It's sought after by extractors. It makes for better end product. So when I'm literally taking the cryo trim, the resulting sugar leaf, and then changing my mesh screen, putting a different micron screen on, the desired, micron for obviously whatever the application, then I'm going to get a 2-minute sift of that same material, just my sugar leaf. And in 2 minutes, I got cream. I just put a video yesterday dropping some, original material. We have to have fun with it. But, that really, I mean, that's new. Like we've been doing it for a minute, but to be able to demonstrate it at scale where it's repeatable, right? That's something that's really incredible. We're just being a part of something that says, hey, pay attention over here, guys. This is amazing. And really, when it comes down to it, for me, I'll now lean back in just a little bit. I was trying to showcase a little earlier. So like some of that sugar leaf, like this is a sweet tooth. This is a freeze dried flower. And this is also cryo trimmed. So no scissors or blades have touched this material.
Yeah.
You can see this is full sun outdoor.
Oh yeah, it does a great job. Sure.
And when you're this is
I
out of
got cotton mouth just looking at that.
this is freeze dried. So this was fresh frozen flour, right? And that's all we did is cryo trim it. We put it into our freeze dryer with our recipe. And the list goes on, right? The nature of, and this is the glitter bomb.
Nice. Yeah, I heard that strain. I haven't tried that strain. I heard that one's really good.
Oh man, the nose on this thing is
Yeah, I
wow.
haven't tried that one yet.
It's just for us, what's so fun is figuring out how to, take, freeze-dried smokable flour to the market is something that's it's a new frontier. We're embracing it as freeze-dried. We've been dancing around it, trying to call it, live dried because it's technically accurate, as opposed to all these other weird nomenclatures that are being attempted or adopted. But we're at the point now where, we're just excited to be able to give the world the same experience that we've been having in our own backyard. My wife and I, of course, with her adoring support, we've been able to, we're in Northern California, we're able to grow. We have raised beds, so we smoke what we grow. So we're really particular about what we, how we take care of our plants and how we harvest them. And in the beginning, we used to mess them. I had the material to throw in the freeze dryer, and we really value our product. And I would mess a lot up. It didn't all just come easy. The trimming part we had figured out. It was, how do you freeze dry this stuff? And it took a minute. There was
The first 2 years, we still had a dry room in our old grow room because we started growing outdoor, and we were drying most of it out there, and he was freezing some of it, and we slowly over the course of 2 years converted. And I finally let him, they nailed it. They reeled it in, and I let them freeze dry the entire crop, or freeze in which to be freeze dried the entire crop. So
yeah, when I
it's
got
mighty crop.
yeah, getting the permission to actually like take your whole thing and freeze it all, and then it was kind of, that was it. We just been continuing to pursue, being as best as we can at what we do, what we put our minds to, and it's something that's exciting because we really believe in what we're doing.
Whatever it's kind of it. I guess what I would love to see happen is in the future, more live dried, or what freeze dried flower is adopted in the industry, because I like the shift that it makes. It puts the power back in the hands of the grower, where they can sit on preserved amounts of flower that they've grown, frozen, in like a cryo type freezer, something extremely cold. And then they can utilize their freeze dryer to dry that as it's purchased, in a sense. So if you're a smaller ornate farm and somebody's like, oh, I want a pound of your cookies. Well, that's great. I'll have it to you in 48 hours. They pull it out, dry it for them, and it's as fresh as, day one. And, it gives them the power back because they get the highest value. They don't have to get rid of it really quickly because it's fading. We've been sitting on this for 2 months. So yeah, I really would love to see the shift in that over time and how that's going to play out in the industry.
Well, that's called market adoption, my friend.
TJ, I got a question, if I could. And this has to do with, again, the science of what you're doing. The advent of frozen foods really came about when Clarence Birdseye, I think that's his name, right? Figured out the flash freezing process, because what he found out was the rate at which you freeze something has a lot to do of the material after it's not frozen. So I guess like with fish,
that's a great question.
With fish in particular, I guess what happens is, so we were talking about water activity and unbound water. Unbound water will freeze and make ice crystals, and when that happens in a fleshy product like fish or meat or something like that, what happens is it really busts up the cell structure. So you could freeze like a piece of meat or a piece of fish or, anything, but when you go to reconstitute it, now that breaking up of the cellular structure really has an impact. I guess with fish, it makes it taste rubbery, same thing with meat. So I guess in general, the question I have, a couple questions. What dawned on me, again, when you're lyophilizing, you're not just freezing, but you're pulling vacuum. So I was interested if you've ever looked at the cold traps of those vacuums. Do you get any terpene fractions? I guess the other thing I just follow up on saying it, do you look underneath the microscope to see, does the structure of the trichome or the plant really change when you take it through this process? What morphological changes do you see? Can you tell under the microscope that this stuff has been freeze dried or not?
You nailed a lot of great questions, man, and I got you.
I'm a fucking chemist, man.
Yeah. All right. So
ask Etienne. I ask when people are supposed to ask me questions. I ask them questions back.
Yeah. Okay, man. Look, I'm also, not, traditionally schooled. I'm not a scientist. So, when I put that out there, what this comes from for me is practical application. From just desire, hard knocks, going after it. So I bring what I know, and I keep an open mind. Always a student first, right? But
Yes.
The reality to the relationship is what I'm trying to say too. The size of the ice crystal is directly proportionate to the freeze rate. So the faster the freeze, the smaller the ice crystal. The longer the freeze, the larger the ice crystal. a smaller ice crystal by every means, which is a benefit of a flash freeze, is going to equate to a more shelf-stable product over a longer period of time and have the optimized experience. Now that said, look, a lot of the material I've had to work with is definitely not like nitrogen flash frozen with an instant freeze rate, right? So, now there's techniques that people know when it comes to post-harvest where you have, say 2 trailers, one of them's pre-frozen. So everything you do overnight goes immediately in one. And then you can close it in another, right? And that way you're minimizing that thermal shock, right? Because that's what starts playing a role, especially like over long term in like a Connex opening and closing. Even if you had the best freeze rate from the beginning, there's a natural decline over time of that ice crystal as it opens and closes. So even optimal storage does play a role in degradation. But I candidly haven't seen something to me that's been so obvious in terms of, because the ice crystal relationship as a smoker, because I usually smoke it before that's a problem. But I would say that it would be more susceptible to its environment because it's more sensitive, right? So, you guys talk about cold storage, right? Cold chain, like even, the extractors who smoke the best of have a dab fridge, right? Because, there might be a longer term experience where we are optimizing. Look, I smoke my freeze dry. I have it sitting out for a month, 2 months at a time in a turkey bag, in a jar. And,
Days good.
It's a normal experience for me. So it's, but if you want to talk about 6 months to a year, those things start to matter, right? Depending on long-term storage. All right. And then you kind of pivoted into like looking under a scope, right? So
and also looking in the trap. I'm interested.
Okay, yeah, the cold trap is a good question regarding terpenes. So there can be, terpenes inside of the ice that's captured in the water, right? There are methods of recapturing that. They're public, they're out there, people talk about them. It's a lot to go through. For me, a negative with that would be I'd have to allow the freeze dryer to naturally defrost and not heat, which is a commitment of time. Is that commitment of time with my equipment down justify me going after terpenes captured in that manner? I say no.
So
it could matter.
I have a way to do that. That's easy.
Yeah. So yeah.
There's a cheap, easy way to do it where you can
get a little bit
more.
Yeah, because no matter what, some gets in
between the pump,
and because some will get in the cold trap because it definitely will do both, but it's like and it's definitely just the monos, But I'll just heat it just a little bit, you know what I mean, and then just enough to be able to break it off and then get it off and then heat it outside.
We don't need to.
So I use very little amount of time when we do that.
Show them how the sausage is made, bro.
Well, I don't always do it. I'm just saying for people out there who don't want to spend as much time, that would be the.
I'm playing, man.
Yes, we do. We don't vote our information.
About the question, the process, and you were talking about mitigating cellular structure damage. And so what we have done is the recipe in the TCI HiLyph edition machines is strategically designed to never exceed the maximum temperature, to start really pulling off a lot of those monoterpenes. And you're also, instead of a stagnant vapor pressure regulation where, we're just choosing a specific vapor pressure to follow, we're actually tracing it scientifically at every temperature through the process. So it's the most scientific recipe we can find that does not do cellular structure damage, because once you pass a certain power output threshold, that certain numeric number, you're no longer in your sublimation, you're vaporizing that water out instead. So you're getting into a point where you're forcing it out too quickly. So we've mitigated that, and it's all very finely tuned to produce the least cellular structure damage possible. So that's really the difference in trying to do the average home freeze dryer and then buy a vapor pressure controller and make this all work. We have a very high precision bleed valve that tracks right along with the machine. So it's done in 3 ways. We control the maximum temperature, we control the vapor pressure at all times, and we control the actual sublimation output at all times during the run.
So under a microscope, can you see like morphological damage to
No, yeah.
the plant tissue if it's done improperly?
No, no, that's I'll go back to what Colt was just saying, but dude, that's the first thing we do is stick it under a scope. And it's not just about post for us, it's not just about post lyophilization, it's about post cryo-trim. So for when I'm able to show the bud under the scope after both processes where the trichomes are perfectly intact. So no, there's no damage to the trichomes. They're full bodied intact. In fact, they're preserved. And that's what's amazing to most people that they don't understand is how is it when you're freezing the plant? Now we do a controlled freeze, we're not, trying to go, we go ice cream temperature like 0 to 30 degrees when we're trimming. But as I understand it, it's like the elasticity of the trichome stays intact. It's only the bract of the sugar leaf that's breaking off from that temperature with the combination of that gentle tumble. So the end result is just that I have a beautiful flower with full trichome heads perfectly intact. And this is like, when I say post cryo trim, like I trim dry product, I trim live product. And so I'm always taking, aside from the COAs, which are going to tell their own story, right? Then you go to the scope. And the scope is going to tell you the truth. And so on both live and dry trimming, we're definitely not damaging our trichomes by any observation. And that also goes for once we put it under vacuum or a sublimation process, under which is lyophilization, right? That sublimation under vacuum is lyophilization, just for those out there. And lyophilization is just kind of the fancy term for freeze drying. And sublimation is just when something goes from a solid, which is ice, to a vapor without going through the liquid phase, which is why when dry ice is sitting next to regular ice, the dry ice, well, there's no water because it turns into vapor, whereas the ice condenses. And just to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about. All right, and so the scopes definitely demonstrate that the trichomes are perfectly intact. And then, also the tests. So when we do COAs, we see like less than 1% loss from hand trimming versus our cryo trimming. And so across the board, even that, and with freeze drying, we see higher terpene levels, which, so yeah, there's always going to be a little bit, like we're trying to do the best we can with like everything Colt was describing to like maximize mitigating terpene loss. Like freeze drying already does it better than traditional hang drying. Like the results are in, there's no question. The COAs tell us that. Now, how much more can we improve upon that? That's kind of what the next task is at hand. And we've finally given ourselves the equipment and the programming to do so.
I was also going to talk about so our hash drying machines don't currently utilize vapor pressure control because nobody is utilizing that for freeze drying hash. But in the near future, we would like to do some testing in COAs with some custom recipes with vapor pressure control to see if we actually do get better terpene preservation when drying hash as well. And if it's more than negligible, then we can incorporate that into, a very specific hash drying recipe that, you get a higher yield. So if it's going to extract, even if it's that 1 or 2%, it all adds up in the end. So
if you need
that's
anyone
kind of
to
the
do some
target.
R&D, I'm down to do some of the R&D if you need. I want to get one of those.
Yeah,
So our
Hey,
platform.
Cole,
I
quick
would help with
question
that
for you.
project.
Yeah,
How many stages can you put on the recipe?
72.
So we have designed a 80-point recipe where it is by the temperature. It's an automated recipe with the vapor pressure control integrated to the run. But there is a manual mode on the machine that allows you to do 10 entry points for time, temperature, and pressure. So you could potentially
10 entry
go
points
through,
where I can change the Millitor.
Yep, you can decipher the time, the temperature, and the mTOR for that duration, and you can fill out a small, like 30-point log, essentially, and design your own custom run if you would like to for experiments of that nature.
It's like scientific programmability.
Yes. Yep.
Love that.
What we're doing, man, is we're talking about process, and we're trying to make this like accessible. I mean, these huge commercial units that have a cost of entry, $300,000+. You got to spend six figures for some pieces of equipment. Up to $1 million. Like, unless you're an MSO or a major corporation that's really looking to scale out your build, and even those have budgetary limitations, spatial limitations. So it's about timing for anybody and knowledge. And so this is like a pathway where inevitably folks will really start seeing some of the benefits of that, the things that we're trying to like showcase. That it all stems from us just wanting folks to have the same experience that we have every day. One of the craziest benefits of the freeze-dried flower is just how, like, the number one thing that we hear unsolicited from folks that we give it to smoke is how smooth the smoke is. Like, you don't cough.
We've been puffing on these joints the whole series. How much have you guys heard us cough? These are all pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's chill on the throat. It's better on the throat. I like that about. I have freeze dried stuff here too, and it also seems to me that it seems to stay better longer, like not in a cool temperature. Like I'll have some in a jar, that I'll like forget about that I've had for like 6 months, and compared to a jar that I have of anything else for that amount of time, it'll be remarkably the same. I mean, it does have a little bit of a change because it does cure, but it does seem to have like a little bit of a better shelf life to it.
Well, and it retains its shape and its size, its color.
Yeah.
So I mean, it looks like it did the day you cut it down.
The reality is that when you're doing freeze-dried flower, you're getting better cellular structure retention in your end product than you are with your hang dry, with all of the potential oxidation and the deformation of that flower being dried in the standard platform. But if it's dried under vacuum properly and you are actually doing less damage, it can stay preserved longer in a better state.
Yeah. Definitely seems to be the case, because I have found stuff that I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I had this. I had this strain called the Soap, which was like Animal Mints, Kush Mints, one of my favorites that I just forgot about that I had in a backpack somewhere, and it was freeze dried and it was still so good. And it was like 6 to 8 months or something like that, but untouched, no light, but it was good.
Hey, when we were talking about bound and unbound water before, I also had a thought to share. And I don't know if this is what you guys have observed, but this is one of the biggest variables for measuring and reporting THC on a dry weight basis, right? Because dry weight basis assumes, again, that there is no unbound water, right? And in order for a testing lab, so testing lab has to do two things, right? They have to do an HPLC measurement on the bud as received, right? And the bud as received still has moisture content, right? And anything that adds weight to that bud when they weigh that out on their, analytical balance, any portion of that bud that's water, can't they have to correct for that if they're reporting on a dry weight basis, right? And so testing labs will use the little water meter thing, right? Well, they'll measure the water activity, right? And then you could extrapolate that up to an isotherm, which will tell you what the percent water is, and that's the correction that they would then do for a dry weight basis measurement of, like, for potency, right? Yeah. But the reason, so a lot of labs don't have this fully figured out in their SOP, that basically what you do is when you do an HPLC determination on bud as received, which has got moisture in it, that they have to somehow correct it if they're going to report to a dry weight basis, right? And this is gets to the bottom of how labs can cheat and give higher THC numbers. So what if they dry the herb out a lot, right? And again, like if they're drying it in the water activity measurement, you're basically doing just that, right? But when you lose water, what we know is that you lose terpenes. And in fact, in some cases, some of these labs dry the material at such a temperature that they actually start decarboxylating too as well. And all of those are going to drive up your THC numbers, right? So these are ways that labs...
It's going to convert the THCA number to delta 9 as it
That's right.
oxidizes.
That's
so
right.
It's going to convert.
That's
and
right.
Less water percentage, so the weight goes down, the percentage of the cannabinoids go up.
Right. But that's CO2, even though it's only 12% of the weight of THC, still has some weight, right? So if your bud as received has got THCA in it, when you go to heat it up and you lose that molecule of CO2, you're going to lose weight. Anytime you lose weight, the amount of what stays behind, i.e. delta 9 THC, that number is going to go up, right? But I think, again, there's a couple different analytical testing labs that did pretty thorough analysis of this, and they find, again, that a lot of the reason why it's problematic to compare one testing lab to another testing lab, even if they're both ISO certified, is that they don't necessarily have the same process for determined potency, taking into account the amount of moisture, as you recognize, the amount of not total water. So it's not bone dry cannabis, but it's just everything that corrects for the unbound water, which is exactly the kind of thing that you were talking about earlier when you were talking about being able to remove unbound water versus bound water.
It's also like, look, I know it's funny you mentioned obviously the standard of testing, even
to mention the calibration of all the machines. They're all
it's widely accepted in the scientific community that even what's agreed upon as the standard is a 15% variance, right? So then you go into, how you just said there's even different standards at labs. Like in California, like you have to have a certain percentage of moisture to even allow for testing. Otherwise, it's they won't test because they want a water activity in there in order to validate the test, because otherwise it's testing higher. Now, I know for us with freeze dried, we actually do kind of like a targeted moisture removal, so that when our goal isn't to actually remove all of the water. When you package something, you want it to be below like 8 to 9% threshold, because that's where like biologics start taking place, is above that, relative humidity, which I know is different than water activity. And the nature of us, like we found there was that sweet spot, because, if you over dry the product, it's definitely like, it's crunchy. And that's not what we want. I mean, we have a zero shrinkage, because when it sublimates, right, it doesn't contract like it would with traditional, like when it's just doing traditional hang drying with evaporation. You have that contraction of the flower, whereas the sublimation, like the bud stays the exact same size, just water just goes away. But we don't want to overdo it, and that's why we do control outs, right? That's why we use the recipes that we do, so we can make certain that we're getting, it's the same way that your steak is ready on the grill, or your tri-tip, understanding that relationship. And so for us, that's really the practice. And then I know the water activity, for us is, we're not really targeting, like, funny how nobody measures water activity, but its relationship to, what you're smoking. At the end of the day, when we're packaging a flower, that's what our primary concern is. We think about, the humidity of the plant before we start manhandling it, because we don't want it too dry. We want to retain the flower, and we think about not being it too wet before it goes into a jar, so we don't have a negative effect.
Yeah. Well, and what you'll find, again, like if you're drying to a specific level of dryness and you're in a humid environment, good fucking luck, because that material is hygroscopic, and it's going to rapidly absorb atmospheric moisture and might just ruin the last 3 hours of shit you had on the lyophilizer. We found this true. Again, a lot of biological materials are naturally what are called hygroscopic, meaning that it'll actually desiccate the air around it, right? So a lot of, cellulose, wood. I was on a project where we had to know the moisture content in wood. We have to be able to control the moisture content in wood because we were trying to create environmentally friendly wood preservatives, and in order to do the evaluation of those wood preservatives, right, which are basically fungicides and biocides that you put in the wood, right, so it'll last outside as opposed to rot after a year. We had to control the moisture content in wood, and what we found is that, again, like, even if you condition the wood for like a week in a humidity chamber to a certain level of humidity, as soon as you brought that wood out, it did whatever the environment was around it. I mean, it just, yeah.
We've done that, like, with our freeze dried, intentionally, man. Look, when I travel, I holler. Like, I've been doing this for a few years now, brother. Right. And so, of course, I go to Hawaii. And when I came from California, it was this texture. When I get to Hawaii and open my bag, yeah, man, it takes on the moisture. Well, now instead of being able to hand mill it, I needed a grinder. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
At the end of the day. So yeah, it's absolutely. So it's just the nature of, like, understanding that relationship. And for us, if I'm going to package a product, dip in the atmosphere, I'm going to have a different target. I might consider putting, a moisture pack in a bag, or, the right, degree of, right. So you got to sometimes use the tools tailored to, and that's like with any, any product, any pathway. So, we're still, students and learning about it. But it's funny, you were talking about testing earlier, and I think it's really one of the most incredible things about what we're doing with freeze-dried flower is the THCA hasn't actually decarbed yet because of the nature of lyophilization. So it's technically, a flower. I mean, when you see results, like, all our test results are coming in at under 0.3 on the the D9, right? So the A hasn't decarbed until you're firing it up, which is a pretty unique prospect for the end result. I think it's part of how it's preserving it. But that's something that's not a loophole. It's not something that, when the lab's testing, we have to dry our flower to test it. So we're not like testing fresh frozen. This is product post freeze dry, and we're seeing higher cannabinoid levels, higher terpene levels, and the A is still there. It hasn't decarbed. So that's what the COA is reflecting every time we're putting it out there.
That's cool. That's cool. And it's not intuitively obvious. It's like you have to try that shit and figure out how to dial that in before you can say that it works.
That's like counterintuitive, right? Yeah.
It is almost counterintuitive because, just the example of like the grape versus the raisin, right? So if you were considering a trichome like a grape, right? While the grape is alive, yes, it has water in it. It's functioning, its biochemical processes are happening. As soon as you harvest the grape, any grower of grapes will tell you it's going to start degrading from that point forward. When you completely dry the grape, and now you have, against just the raisin, as a perturbed example, you've completely changed the overall, what I call morphology, which is the shape of the cells. Certainly, like, as the biological processes happen when the thing is alive and it requires water, as soon as it's harvested, no longer requires water. So now water, again, it's a ticking time bomb, because if you don't dry it out and you get mold or bacterial contamination, that could easily just become bacteria food.
Yeah. But there are nutrients found in raisins that are not found in grapes. So in dried fruit, rather,
In dried fruit, yes. Yeah. Well, that's part of the aging process, right? So things are sort of, as they desiccate, they dry and age. What the literature that's out there just on terpene loss on dry room curing or just drying of cannabis is that you could lose up to 20% of your terpene loads by the time you get down to snapping stalks, right? So when you're actually just hanging your weed, drying it and wanting to smoke it as soon as it's dry enough, you've probably lost about 20% of your terpene loads. So anything like freeze drying or lyophilization, which can help you maintain those terpenes, you know, that's where the value is. That's where your genetics and your living soil and all your cultivation is feeding into trying to boost that oil yield. And I think one of the things, we talked about this a bunch on Hash Church, one of the things that THC content is relevant to is trichome density, right? So the higher your trichome density, the higher your THC number is going to be. And that's, again, very important in commerce, especially if you're looking to wholesale buy or sell trim or flower for extraction. I mean, you definitely need to know how much THC content is in there so you can predict how much product you're going to get when you extract.
Well, even as a cultivator, Mark, you bring up a great point, because as my breeding projects or everything, the main goal is trichome density. I call my company Hash Engineered Genetics. That's literally the point, is
Growing
to breed
for oil.
for trichome density and to breed for the type of trichome that's useful for, depending on the extract, for us solventless. You know, it has been for a long time. So, you know, weak neck, big heads, as much trichome density as possible, and then the most desirable profiles. One within every archetype of a flavor that we can at least identify, and then hone it on the best versions of those, right? And I just find that to be, I don't know, the most fun part of breeding is seeing all those different personalities, all those different unique profiles that only exist in the cannabis plant. Very few other plants have this broad diversity of volatile aromatic compounds you can find. It's abysmal and crazy how many are just in this one genetic, right? Or rather, this one plant. Because the various genetics, all these different phenos are just crazy to see. And then, I mean, beyond that, finding the best way to extract them, that's also the secondary part of the most fun. Whether you go volatile or solventless, or whatever your choice, you could do liquid nitro, and then you can pick whatever direction you want, right? Especially if it's fresh fro.
Yeah, talk about liquid nitrogen for a second. You know, I was thinking about that earlier when we were talking to Eric about Baroni, because the thing that Chris had always come to me with is, you know, liquid nitrogen, that's it, game over. There's not going to be any more extraction. This liquid nitrogen is going to do it all. And we had this guy. This fellow that used to come on Hash Church was Indra, right, John? And he was again a big proponent of liquid nitrogen. You know, liquid nitrogen certainly does make the top of the trichome brittle, or that the connection between
the vesicle at the top of the stalk. Absolutely.
Yes, right.
And it doesn't rupture it. It just allows us to dislodge it in a really unique way. It's an effective liquid nitrogen. I forgot what it's called, but when something gets fully encapsulated with the liquid nitrogen, it has almost a protective layer. I forgot what it's called in chemistry.
The van der Waal effect or whatever, right?
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, exactly that. And that's what protects the head. It's crazy when you see it under a scope.
That's cool. Yeah.
Well, doesn't it freeze fracture the plant material itself, so you end up getting a lot of contaminant in?
But that's the finesse. That's the artistry. That's understanding your agitation, time, parameters, like anything else.
So how come it hasn't? How come it hasn't taken off? Like, I hear
it's expensive, and most people don't have the right tooling, right? So then have 2-3 years of R&D with the Resinator boys, and now you'll be like, I could see how this would work really well.
So can you use liquid nitrogen in a Resonator?
Yeah, that's what I use.
Absolutely, that's the one that Eric has the first one.
Yeah, because I was just you use a lot less and it gets colder quicker because it's so cold. So it's like the interface that they made on the Resinator is amazing. You know, and they have an actuator that shuts it on and off for, you know, you can choose like a pulse, like to have it, you know, burst in just at however many seconds and then however many off, and then it gets it to whatever temperature you set it at. So you can really dial in how much you use. You know, and it blasts it in from the side, and then there's a part in the bag, the tumbler bag on the side where it goes through. So it gets things so cold so quickly. It really doesn't waste any time. I like it a little more than the CO2 just because it costs less money in the end. We use less of it. because it's so cold. You can go too cold with it. So I just take it to where I go to like about 0 degrees, like pretty much just a little below freezing. Um, and that works for dry trim. And I go like, negative 150
And
for
what kind of
uh,
yields do you get? Do you get a
uh,
comparable yield to what you would get in a solvent extraction?
yeah, so we were doing most of the solventless stuff last year. We were getting within a 0.5% of what we would do in the
Hmm.
solventless, but we were doing 4 times as much as for speed. So that's
Wow.
what I say it was really,
What's
really
the cost of throughput, the
yeah,
opportunity
and
cost of
and
scale?
that's what it came
What's
down
time
to.
worth?
Yeah, exactly. And like, yeah, and then that's what it came down to. And so it was more than worth it for us to do that when we needed to be able to get things quickly. And honestly, we would still be able to, if it wasn't a time thing, I would spend more time getting those last little bits of percentage, which we tried to get out in the beginning, but it would take as much time to get that last like 0.5% as it
So
would
how much how
first.
much liquid nitrogen do you consume in like a run?
Um, we use so our doers are they're like about 290 pounds worth of liquid nitrogen.
Okay, so it's the
It's
big
like
doer on
the
the wheat,
skinnier ones, the skinnier tall ones.
skinnier tall one.
I go by weight just because it's what I remember right now, but it is by liters, I think. But
180,
so basically
230 liters are on wheels.
yeah, okay. So it's the skinnier ones that are not on wheels, yeah. And so basically we'll go through in an 8 hour shift. If we're doing dry, like trim or something like that, we'll use one of those in two 8 hour shifts.
Wow.
Maybe we'll have to bring in a new one towards that second shift. And that totally depends on the operator as far as how fast they are, because the thing will stay cold as you're going. So the more you do it, the less it uses. You use a lot more if you have to start and stop a lot because you got to get it back to that cold point. They have it's a jacketed vessel. So if you really want to keep it cold, you can actually use some of the CO2 or nitrogen or whatever you want to use to get it cold on the bottom and it stays cold. And you actually end up using less solvent that way, but it uses a little bit of solvent to do that. So it's almost kind of negligible on that. It is nice to be able to keep it cold. It also helps if you want to tumble it in ice water and you want to do like ice water hash, you can have a cold jacketed bottom and do it that way because it doesn't just do dry sift. It actually will wash. It'll wash for you too.
That's iceless bubble.
Yeah, it's good. You put ice on the bottom and it just
Then,
goes through.
Eric, just to clarify for Mark, what you're
Yeah.
talking about right now, as far as just how much liquid nitro you would go through with those doers, that's for doing a biomass reduction, not doing like
That, well,
different
that's
fractions. Not you're pulling off the tip and
no,
then doing
yeah, that's
solventless.
more.
That's
It's
just
yeah. So what we'll use, we don't. So we'll do it for like BHO purposes, and so
yeah.
it doesn't have to be perfect. So as far as it's almost good to have some plant material in there sometimes, just for the
Yeah, then you
sponginess.
don't need the pro pack. There's no
Yeah,
channeling, right? It
yeah.
fluffs it up a little bit.
So you're right. You're right. Using it for that is a little different. We'll do like 5 minute runs, 5 minute and 5 pounds of trim. But when we do live resin, I do 20-minute runs and we do, I think it's like 15 pounds of
Well, let
material.
me speak on that,
25.
Eric. So, Mark, we actually went pretty deep, and that's the reason Eric's here. Like he's been willing to pull up his sleeves and get into the sandbox with us and
Yeah.
play, and mess up R&D. Like, oh, this didn't work. Oh, that was silly. Like, why didn't that work? And like, really get into it. And like I said, he took the plunge with us, and actually, like we had the very first XLS Probe, which was our stainless unit. Prior to stainless, we were relegated to CO2. It's a different beast than nitrogen. Nitrogen has a lot of its advantages come from just how much faster it can get there and how much deeper it can go. And we're still learning about how to scope. We're getting good. I mean, like we're figuring it out as we go with even our clients. Like we get to engage with people all over the world. But like with Eric, we went up to his lab with him and we had the pleasure of having in-house testing. And we really leaned in. And as part of like the white paper we wrote, but we literally said, okay, let's see what's happening here. And we had 5 different strains. We all fresh frozen, stacked inside of the reefer. We did 3 different temperatures. We did, and then we would run it for 5 minutes, stop, collect, same material rinse, repeat, up to a 30-minute cycle, and record all the data, including the testing behind it, so we could validate at what point was the actual sweet spot.
Yeah.
You know, we found, you know, like in that 15-minute area, it was, you know, that we got the majority of it, right? But there, that last 5 minutes, that 5 to 15 to 20 was actually worth going after. But that 20 to 25 became a little less desirable. And now you're talking about a time of what's your throughput ratio.
A lot of math.
Yeah, but we were able to
on there for sure.
truly identify, and not on a like anecdotal, you know, conclusion. We like said, here's 5 different strains, and so the data could be conclusive when we said, hey, this is what's happening, and so therefore we could kind of have, you know, obviously an SOP of sorts. You know, there's always going to be a variance with bio by any measure, and you know, there's, you know, ways by putting more time into it. But you're right, because you said it earlier. Look, the longer you spin, I could spin something for an hour and be like, I got a 50% yield, you know, but look at it under a scope, you know, or as Marcus implied earlier, or don't, right? Please don't.
Yes.
You know, because it's really just, it's contaminant at that point. At some point, the scale tips, you know, you get the sweet spot is what we're going for, right? You know, it's that last mile, you know, save that for ethanol. You know, like for us, it's really simple.
And that's a great way to do it. Is just do the first little bit for solventless stuff, and then keep it rolling for anything else. You know, and that way you got 2 things happening. You know, that's why I love I mean, that is why I'm here.
It's
also.
a great tool in the quiver.
It is a great tool. It is a great tool, and it's just the versatility of it. You know, and that's why, you know, when I started working with them, you know, in 2016. It wasn't just
explain why is it versatile to the viewer, okay? Because you know why it's versatile, but why is it?
Okay, so
you can get to any goal you need to with one tool, and you don't have to go invest in all these other ancillary products.
That's really what
you know, and it's easy for a starter level, right? Like someone needs to learn how to make whatever. It doesn't matter if it's in the solventless realm or if it's in the solvent realm and they're trying to do the biomass reduction. We need these for proof of concept. Before I go sell someone on the expensive, I'm like, here, let me show you how well it works. You like it, you buy it. If you don't worry. But so far, that's been tried, tested, and true for us because it works really well. Otherwise, it'd be hard for me to do my job, right? And it's not expensive, so it doesn't scare every consumer. A lot of things right now in cannabis, they're inflated because they're cannabis related, right? The cannabis adjacent products are people who just took some type of tech from any other industry, right? Doesn't matter. And we incorporate them. Now, how well they're implemented and how well they're executed, now that's the key, right? So this one is easily implemented and the execution speaks for itself when you see the final product. Like I said, depending on the goal, the SKU, what do you need for your catalog? We'll get you there. This is just one of the good tools in the quiver that I would, you know, happily invest in depending on what that project needs to do, right? That's when TJ keeps saying solution. That's the goal. Like, what is the solution? We'll get you there. This is just one of those good things to have in my toolbox that I like because it works super well for me. Now I've seen all these things. I've designed my own closed loops. I have my own water extraction systems. Some stuff's proprietary, some's not. But regardless, I will use this, and that's not proprietary, right? Because it's easy for new consumers to dive in with this product, especially if they're in all these different emerging markets and they want to play with some fire. Or depending on the starting material, they can make something that's still a little bit more digestible, a little cheaper, right? Like whatever they need to make. That's the finesse. It's the different recipes. It's all the programmability and everything
program
else.
all that stuff in. So once you get down to like what it is that you want to do, you can program that in and call it whatever you want. And then as you're training someone or you're having someone come in, all they have to do is know which thing to press. You know, and then you can just have it be for this amount of time, this temperature, whatever. So I think that the software part of it is a big part of it. At least on the XLS, I know that that's one of the things I like about it. You know, you can do how many rotations and how fast you want it to rotate. There are so many variables. But yeah, as far as like different things you can use in a lab, but I guess I say the diversity part of it because it does make a lot of different SKUs. The fact that you can use it for solvent products and you can still do it for solventless, just that alone It makes it to where you can turn it into almost any type of product, and you can get that initial extraction, that raw extraction that you need very quickly and efficiently. And
What's the
I think
potency
it's a
of that
good product.
initial extract? Like what kind of potencies does it range?
Depends on the agitation of your primary extraction.
So what would you typically see? What would you?
And then it depends on the starting material. So it's kind of an
Well,
arbitrary question. Are you
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
dry trim? Are we doing fresh throw? Like,
You mean
No,
like after it's in solving?
I want to make headies. I want to make really
you want to
the
make the
best
head. You
heady.
want to make the stuff
Yeah.
like in the picture behind me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So like,
Let's
start
start
with the best
there.
material.
Let's start there and work
Material
backwards
first.
economically.
Start with the cultivar, study
Yeah.
agronomy for like 5 years, and have a perfectly well balanced soil. And then the best
Yeah.
cultivar in the best terroir. Let's go to region. I like Mendocino. I live in Redwood Valley. Once we got that amazing starting material, which is the key, doesn't matter what industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we can go to the next step, which is extraction, right? So let's do solventless. All right. I'm going to do either the liquid nitro or the CO2. You can get there either way. Or you can do bubble. Water's great. It's so nice to gently massage. And you can do that in a Resinator too. I like water. It's the best agent for cleaning dirt, right? Now, you want to be a nice laundryman? You want to clean the dirt off your weed? Great. Awesome. Use some water. It's so effective. There's a reason we've been doing it for so fucking long.
Well, don't forget about sticks and marbles.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and
All right.
I'll let TJ handle the sticks and marbles, but to put it simply, I
I'll
want to
tell you
talk
what,
about the heads.
Harrison, let me ask the question in a different way. So here in Vermont, they have this stupid cap at 65% THC. So would we be able to make a compliant product?
Yeah.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
just choose a cultivar specifically that you know isn't going to hit high numbers of THC specifically, because that's the cannabinoid you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
It's gonna have to be maybe not be just heads, you know.
right.
And then too, yeah, you could just knock it a
really
little
what
harder,
it
heavier
would just
agitation,
probably
put
have
some
to
more
do
stock in
with-
there, fluff it up, and
Yeah,
that will bring it
Because
down.
if it were just heads, it would be over 65%.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say
depending on the strain, it could be.
depending
I
on the
mean, it could be
strain, yeah.
99% heads and
Yeah.
65%
Yeah, it's
if
true,
it was the
right.
right strain.
Yeah,
Right.
So that's kind of where I started with cultivar, because it's the
Right.
most important piece of the recipe, and it always is. And then you can move into the next step. But you can always do post-processing like what Eric's talking about, hit it harder, and now we fluffed it up. We took that percentage down, even if it was 99% head and 75%,
Yeah.
right? Let's just fluff it with some stock. Let's bring that down by proportionally. You said 10% less THC. I don't know what that would convert to.
It's
in
so
stock
counterintuitive.
content, but now we're going into something a little bit heavier as far as a math problem. That
Yeah.
depends on that cultivar once again, and the different spectrum of cannabinoids it contains.
Yeah, it's funny working
Right.
towards the diluting strength side of things.
Yeah, it's the weirdest.
Not
It's so
something
backwards.
Not something we usually are
question.
doing. You know.
Well, that's a big limitation for hash makers in this state, because they basically have to hope that they get a nice pull of terps that's basically going to dumb down that extract so they can get a compliant number. I think, Eric, it's weird because I think they give you like plus or minus 5% on that 65 number. So it could be maybe as high as
So your confidence interval is 10%. That's pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty chill. And Vermont's a pretty heady state because, you don't have to go too far to get really,
Don't
good.
they have the 12 plant law now? Like you can do 12 plants per person, like recreationally or something. We only get 6 in California, so I thought that was interesting. They can go twice as many plants as us. Ours are probably 10 times bigger, but that's a whole different question.
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple patio plants. I'm not a big, I think you're right. I think you're right, but I think, the biggest issue up here is that, most people, I mean, it's kind of like we're the Humboldt of the East, right? There's a huge legacy of growers, and Maine is the same way. There's been people.
Oh, I have a bunch of homies in Maine tearing it up. Dude.
I know. Yeah, Maine is a great state.
Crushing their full term.
I think the question always is like, if they get a good yield on their hash, is it going to be compliant, or are they going to have to dumb it down with some other terpene fraction in order to hit that 65% number?
If anything, they'll get a better yield with their hash if they're going to get if they're trying to dilute it, right? Because let's say they were going to get a good yield with a higher refinement. Now you're talking about a lesser refinement, which means just a higher yield, right? Because you're including more of the sticks, as TJ was trying to have me talk about sticks and marbles, right? Like we're talking about more stocks.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what's kind of cool about the Resinator, right? Is understanding that we can kind of do a targeted, approach. So if you have a product and you're running it with the standard practice to get the best result, look, you're not until you go to like rosin level, like or full head like level or rosin, and past you're really compacted, like it tends to double, like from what it was as a raw plant to maybe as a raw keef, right, and then to the next level of extract, and then the finer you get, the higher you get to the 90 plus scale. Like that's kind of how, as a rule of thumb, right? Of course, I'm trying to be very general because everything is just so different. But you at the end of the day, my target would be like, hey, look, what if you're trying to make a sift product, like a live sift, and I'd run it, I'd test it, and if it was above your 65 or variance up to 70%, then okay, well, let's spin it longer. Let's add 5 minutes. Let's get 10 minutes into our process. You're going to sacrifice some of the the color because you're introducing other smaller tails into the product, right? Instead of having it cleaned up as you can get it. I mean, that's why stuff like static is so popular right now, is because it's that but even static with a machine, you're only getting to that 90%ish. To really get up to 99, you got to break out the gloves. So how far do you want to go? And for every hash maker, there's a different tier. For production mindsets, sometimes it doesn't, if I'm entering into a cup, I'm gonna try to present a 99 product. But if I'm in a market that says, hey, you can't have something that's over 65, well, you're kind of relegated to provide the best product you can. So you're gonna have to find a way to dilute it or a way to tailor to getting the best you can out of the product you can present. And that's something that we can do. It's just targeted precision trichome collection. So you just dial in the recipe a little to say, hey, this is what we're dealing with. So, I mean, at least there's a pathway to a solution for you to make the best of a bad situation.
Right.
Yeah, Mark, I think I have a really good answer for you too, right? Like using a resonator or bags or whatever you want to do. Mila has the word isolator, right? All right, cool. Well, let's just broaden our isolation, have a broader spectrum. So instead of just doing your 90s or your 90 120 or your 70 to 120, let's just bring it bigger. Let's just do 25 to 159. All right, nice broad spectrum. That's still a great representation of the strain, great representation of the product. In fact, it's a better representation if you ask me in some ways, because you're seeing everything.
Yeah, correct.
It's kind of like with a BHO, you see a full spectrum, and that's not doing fractions. That's just doing one broad full spectrum, right?
But still full melt.
It depends on the type of head, and 100%.
Right.
And now you're talking back to the cultivar, how it's grown, and all the other good juice, and the terroir, and then people forget the fucking vintage. I can't stress this enough for education. The year I grew candied oranges in 21 was not the same as my 23 or my 25, right? Now we're getting the same strains in different years and the same exact terroir, and you get to see such different representations. Now, assuming you're cutting at the same level of trichome maturity, you're still getting these awesome representations, but they're not always equal. Some years are better. It's the same as wine. And I want more people to start pushing the vintage just because they can, obviously smoke your hash fresh, right? I'm kind of weird, and so is Eric. We hold on to stuff. We like to go put it in the vault.
From like,
and I'll bring stuff out. Like when I was 21 or 22, Frenchie made me smoke some hash. I was 25 years old. It's like, wait, this is 3 years older than me? What? He gave me some. I held on to it. That shit's now 35 years old because that was like 10 years ago. And I have that put away for vaulting just because I want to see what happens with proper storage, vac sealed, all the things. There's not enough market research on that storage, what happens to the product, and how it evolves over time. It's really important to stress that I've been doing more with just pulling the air out, and I can't tell you even that doesn't matter what kind of product. If you remove the oxygen, it's going to store better. Or argon exchange or anything.
Yeah. This is 10 years old. I
mean, so is that picture technically.
Hold on, show that again. I just spotlighted, Mark it. Show that again.
I like it when it's really old like that. Honestly, it gives you the crazy stony high. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
but
the
if,
CBN, and then it's like hashing flavors. It's just totally different experience.
if Marcus were still on, Marcus would show his right. AT
I'm here.
His, oh, we're okay. Do you have
I'm just in America now.
Oh, you're in America. Go. Okay,
yeah,
so you
I don't
definitely
have anything to share.
You don't have your old chunk of hash.
Tell me how you really feel.
Well, no, I can't take things over the border. I follow the rules, my friend. Let me tell you, I
thought you were meant like there's nothing good to show in America.
America has amazing. Listen, I'm a huge America fan. I haven't gone for 30 years. My last 2 trips, I love America. I'm a huge American proponent, and it's funny because when I say to people, I love America, they're like, oh, you can't say that. I'm like, well, I'm saying it. I love America, and I love Americans. Sorry.
We love you back. We love you back.
Much love, guys. Yeah, no, I'm mostly going to listen because I'm walking around the duty free here. But great conversation. Love the sound of the old hash. I remember when I first met the Fat Man, aka Michael Rich, who was the gentleman who kind of put Dave Watson and Rob Clark and David Pate and kind of created the Hortifarm vibe. He was a big part of creating Hortifarm. He was, he's a connector. And when I first met him, it must have been in 2000 and something. I think around 2005 or 6, the hash he had was 16 years old at that time. And that was full melt dry sift that Sam made with Static Tech. And so I smoked that shit all the way up until I think it was around its 30th birthday. So I know what you're saying, dude. And this wasn't like a traditional pressed hash. This was like intact glandular trichome heads that were 30 years old.
Yeah, that's insane. Like the first time I'd seen like proper sift was from Sub, and Sub called it Sub Sift. He would have his subwoofer stacked different things on top of it, would play death metal and had his headiest material on top, and then whatever he collected on the bottom, those were the heads. And he had, a few screens, depends on which mics, but like it came out beautiful. And that was him just showing us some hilariously awesome resin back in the day.
A true bubble ambassador. I have nothing but love for Subcool. He was a wonderful, amazing friend, and so many people talk shit to
resin
him
breeder
about me. An amazing resin breeder, a great resin breeder. No one can ever deny it. Everything from that guy that I put into my pipe or into my bag, turned into full melt. It was just like every single one. You just couldn't. He's such a dynamic, wild maniac of a dude, just a total fucking redneck maniac, and I loved him. I miss him.
I was really grateful to learn from him and that whole crew. And then also Django from MTG with the Orange Creamsicle. That whole little circuit was where I got groomed and got to have some of the best exposure of my life.
Rest in peace to Django as well. Holy shit.
R.I.P. the legends,
Everyone's dying, man.
Yeah, it's weird for me, dude. I'm the youngin' here.
Well, you better pick up the baton there because we'll all be gone soon and it'll be just you and the youth. So
we're trying.
Well, you're doing a good job.
Well, shoot, man. I'm glad you're here, Marcus, because I'll share this, kind of vision that I have with you on the back of what we were just talking about with aging hash, right? And just what a study and an art it is. I have yet to, Mark, we were talking about the freeze rate earlier, and the size of the trichome head and the relationship to longevity. So for me, the jury's out in time, but I could tell you, I've freeze dried up to 4 years inside of a deep freezer so far and pulled it out. And, I've done like a 1, 2, 3, 4 year test. Got one going on year 5 now. And man, honestly, I've been impressed every time. Right. And so it's just, I don't know how far I can take it, but it's pretty amazing to be able to see that we can push it that far. But the vision isn't, that it's, imagine a future where, you go to like a dinner where there's a tower of wine and you get to pick, whatever vintage, imagine ordering in advance the 1996 Jack Herrera, that was, born or whatever strain from this era, some special, specific flower, because we can freeze it indefinitely and then on command, order it at your table and you got an ounce of your favorite Hindu Kush sitting there.
That'd be great.
So we're trying to do that for breeding, TJ. Like my buddy Higher Ground John, right, who the Starburst 36 creator. I helped do a bunch of the hunting. He's an old friend. He owned that CCA club where I started. Yeah. When he breeds, he'll call it like his 97 Sour D onto whatever. But he tries to show the lineage and vintage of that cut, when and where he got it, in relation to what the seed actually was and why it's performing a certain way, right? Like my favorite strain all the time still is the KC36 from Casey Grains, and that was just like this legendary pheno we had in our little circuit. It's like what put me on my quest of resin. I'm like, I'm gonna find this flavor. This isn't weed. This is like a tropical basket of fruit, strawberry jam goodness. Like, what in the hell? This is cannabis? Are you sure? But are you sure?
Good seed stock,
And
right? With and good long-term, shelf storage, like the lineage, like and then freeze drying. It's kind of interesting to think where that could go, man. Right?
Yeah. Well, I know that like freezing, I know that that's what Ben was doing for, he was freezing all his stuff and he pulled stuff out that was like 2 years old. And
oh yeah, ICC band, bro. He was one of the first guys to fucking.
I love,
yeah.
Yeah, I love
Dude,
him.
he showed me him storing flour changed my fucking reality on
totally.
all of
It's
it.
so good. It's so good. And he had given me some that was, I think it was the Thin Mints, which I know remember him winning a cup that was at the Cow Palace that year. I think that was like
Okay.
15 or 16.
All of weed or something, probably.
Something, yes, something like that. But yeah, so good, and that was a method he uses for that, and it just really gets better. But you got to freeze it at the right time. You don't want to, definitely don't put it in there too early or too late because you're just freezing.
When we talk about moisture content, he had that curing tech perfectly dialed, and then he would lock it in at that state.
Yeah,
he's one of the art of curing is so underappreciated.
Yeah, it's the thing that takes it to the next level for sure. It's like the heady shit is the shit that's cured best. I mean,
so if we can convince those guys to freeze dry their flour, it's game over because they're going to help us fucking tune it.
Yeah, totally.
Well, it's stabilized and maintained, right? So that's the art in it, right? Stabilizing it so it can last that couple of years or longer.
Well, really, the smokability, man.
Someone's microphone is reverberating. You have to just everyone mute their mics while the person's talking, and it'll go away. That's you, Colt. You're the last one up. Maybe it's his connection. Is that Colt who's trying to talk?
Oh, it's me.
I think so.
Yeah, it was cutting out there.
You got it now, though?
I'm not sure. I thought we just lost someone. This is so weird doing hash church at the airport.
Where are you, Marcus?
I'm in the Vancouver International Airport. I guess I'm in America because I just went through customs, even though it's here in Canada. It's kind of like, no, it's awesome though, dude, because, when you clear customs in your own country from another country, if there's a problem, they just send you home. They send you home because you're in Canada. But if you go to the border and there's a problem, they do not send you home. And you can spend days or hours or weeks in the custody. So it's kind of like when I decided to come to Canada, I thought, or to the US, I was like, I'm just going to, for the start, just do Canadian American customs like at the airport. So yeah, you do go through Canadian or US customs, and man, it's so different from when I was younger. They're just so nice and chill. It's weird to not be the guy they're looking for.
That means that they got you right where they want you, bro.
They definitely harassed this Mexican dude that was right in front of me, let me tell you.
Yeah, no shocker there.
Yeah.
So there it is.
The world right now is something that we're pretty fortunate to all be like amongst our peers, innovating and pursuing our dreams. There's a lot of people a lot less fortunate right now, man. So
It's very true.
Thanks for taking a hold of church today.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude, you guys are awesome, man. This is an amazing episode that I'm going to go back myself and probably watch a couple of times. There's not enough real people. There's people doing all sorts of different things, but you really kind of created a niche lane for yourself. in a sense that, I don't see a ton of other people freeze drying flour or focusing in on, I mentioned David once from Canatrol, and he's also a world of knowledge. He's going down his own rabbit hole. He's into cure rooms and cure machines.
Actually, him and the Resinator on just try trimming and use his machines. So there's still a relationship to, what we do with him.
He's brilliant, man. The guy's super awesome. He's got good knowledge, and we're going to have him on here in the next, probably month or so. So we'll make sure we get some of you guys back on for that for sure. And just, it's wonderful. Thank you, Etienne, for holding it down as well. I hope you guys continue to go for a little while. I'm going to sit in the background and listen for a little bit. I'm sure Etienne has more incredible questions. And sorry for interrupting, but I was just so excited. Every time I get into the country, I ask, it's for whatever reason, the Canadian Federal Police, which are the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, when you walk through US Customs, as you leave the door, they have a desk there. And so I guess they help Customs do searches and stuff for the Canadian whatever. And every time I ask the Canadians, Mounties, I'm like, can I take a selfie here with the welcome to the United States thing in the background? So I just got my third one in 3 months. So you guys can't imagine how absolutely grateful I am to be able to travel to the US. You just cannot imagine how important that is to me, to be able to come and see you guys in person and visit the labs and do all the work. I just, I can't say it enough. I'm so fucking stoked and blessed.
We'd love to come to Canada and have the same experience. But 25 years ago now, TJ and I got caught up in the United States and the state of Utah, I was charged for 1 gram of cannabis, and Travis was charged for some pipes, some paraphernalia that we had. And so when we tried to enter Canada in 2004, they said absolutely not, but they hung on to us for a little while. And
I bet.
I had a pressed cannabis leaf in a journal, or a Kahil Gibran book rather, and they sat and looked and looked and looked, trying to find something to charge us with for that 1 leaf.
They've tried.
And they actually took me in the back. I was strip searched. I had dogs all around us. It was traumatizing.
Yeah, it's scary. So scary.
Utah doesn't mess around.
So unnecessary as well, really, when you think about it. But all you need is you just need a waiver. You guys can get in with a waiver.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good to know. Yeah.
Also, don't have a speeding ticket or copy of the ticket on you. That's bad.
Like they're saying DUIs.
No, less physical evidence in general is better.
Yes. I had a buddy turned away for that. I was with him, and he's like, "Do you have any warrants or anything in your country?" And no, we're good. He searched us, of course, and he had like the yellow slip of a speeding ticket in his bag, and they were like, "Nope, they turned us all right around, dude." That was it.
Yeah. So the waiver is interesting because what it is it's permission from Homeland Security to enter the country. And it doesn't mean that the border guard can't be like, you know what, something's up here. I don't like the way this feels. You can still be denied with a waiver, but generally it's Homeland Security pre-approving you, doing the border control's job, and all they have to do is suss you out for 30 seconds and be like, you've already been pre-approved by Homeland Security. And they did it for me under the name of my company, Bubbleman Brand. And they added that I can do business or pleasure on my waiver. It says business or pleasure. So I can't get caught up in the, are you doing business? And then you say yes, and then they deny you for life. I have that on my waiver.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it. I honestly have no idea. The person at Homeland Security in Virginia must have just been like, "Oh, what's this, Bubbleman Brand?" Yep,
like a fun guy.
We'll just give that guy.
Let's give him permission.
So get a waiver before going to Shambhala Music Festival. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to go to Shambhala, you're gonna want to get a waiver if you have.
I did 9 years old and watched his dad use the bubble bags, bro. So he turned into the agent with the stamp. That worked out for you.
Well,
that is what's up.
Context is the thing, right?
Oh, do you guys need more resin technicians at Bubbleman?
Always. We always need more resin technicians. It's official, not engineers, is what we're looking for.
Okay. Well, I'm in France. I'm technically a resin technicien.
Dude, France is not friendly to herbs.
No, I'm realizing
Yeah.
that, but I still found some good flour at a CBD shop because I fucking did the thing, found it. But it's still interesting to see the dynamic here. There's resin,
Yeah.
there's flour. They have it. It's better than it was 10 years ago.
Sure. Well, France has always been a destination for hashish from
Yeah.
Morocco and other countries. It's a major destination. It's just
they're large consumers.
Yeah,
right?
any country that you can't have it generally is like, yeah, we want it.
Yeah, so like it's where you can find some of the best stuff. Yeah. It's the most underground good shit.
Yeah, exactly.
The
All
chat
right,
was,
TJ, I got a question.
yeah.
So, TJ, what's the difference do you consistently see in live dried flour versus your, traditionally dried, cured, especially after 30, 60 days in the jar, compared to your freeze dried?
Well, the number
Size and
one
texture.
texture is the obvious first thing. Well, from the eye perspective, it's about, it's bigger, right? And it's greener because it hasn't, and then even from a jar perspective, from a smell, it's terpy. It's like smacks, right? Because it preserves more terpenes. But when you start to touch it, look, it can be over dried if it's not done correctly, and then it's gonna really fall apart, be kind of like styrofoamy, right? And if it's pulled out too early, it could be wet, it could be spongy. So there is definitely a technique to get it to come out at the right moisture level so that it's kind of that sweet spot, but it's still different. So even when we get it right, because we know what we're doing, all right, now you have it done correctly and you have a traditionally dried and cured versus, live dried, the live dried jar is empty. That's the one that we keep coming back for. When you can hand mill the flour per se, much easier than you can with trad. With trad, unless it's over dried, then it crumbles right with your fingers. But generally speaking, folks are getting grinders. We prefer like a mill type style grinder. We like those these days with live
Flour mill.
like the flour mills because they're, for us, we're just really not a fan of a blade. We're trying to cut things up. And so from all the way down, like you go through all the trouble to, preserve all the trichomes and then you stick it in a grinder. It's like, okay, there's a certain argument to be made that's like, sure, I'm smoking it right now, but at the same time, if you're smelling it, it's off gassing. And so those terps are still volatilizing. And
Love
whatever.
it. I like the detail of that. That's good. Well, if you're
So
gonna do it all the way.
So what's the difference, man? Really the difference is like aside from texture and that's probably the most fundamental thing from a legacy mindset that's hard to get over because but there's a lot of benefits once you get past like this is different, right? And you get into this, okay, well how's the experience? The experience is what's probably, it's look, it's the same cannabis. We're not activating a different cannabinoid that didn't already exist. Sure, it's generally speaking, we're seeing like as much as 15% more potent, right? So, I mean, that translates because we're all going for as much, potency as we can, but we get a wider spectrum, right? And a full spectrum experience translates from like the entourage effect, but it's also unique because when are you decarboxylating flour as you literally light it up? So that's a new experience, and what it's, sought after by folks that from us that we share it with. They all come back because they're not coughing. Smooth smoke experience. That's what everybody says. Oh, it's so smooth. If they say nothing else, they're like, yeah, that was really smooth. And they when somebody has an opportunity to have enough, they generally are coming back and saying, I want more of that. Family members that have like say asthmatic, tendencies like they, need an inhaler pretty frequently but they like to smoke.
We're not making any claims. This is for entertainment purposes
But
only.
it's true because I'm like that. I have asthma problems, and like smoking it when it's freeze dried is a little bit easier on my throat and my lungs. But
Yeah.
it's just something that is a noticeable thing, especially if you smoke a lot. It takes that out a little bit because my throat always gets a little bit like hoarse. Just something that just naturally happens to me. So it is something that is noticeable if you're sensitive. In my experience, I can speak for myself for sure on
I mean, that's like, so when you get past like all that, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, from a high level, it's like, don't take our word for it. I mean, look, we won first place at the Emerald Cup with our freeze dried flower. There was, it's an esteemed panel of judges, and
Shout out Emerald Cup.
yeah.
Yeah, shout out Tim Blake, man. I feel, you know what? I love that guy. I see him all the time, just speaking his truth, and I just see people just belittling and making fun of him for the shit that he believes in, the things that he posts, and he's such an authentic and awesome human being. You gotta shout out the Emerald Cup, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm grateful. That was like the highlight of my career. From 15 to 18, I was their solventless director and the youngest judge on the panel. So it was like so much fun. It was like living a dream for a little bit,
Yeah, I love the Emerald Cup.
Yeah, I was a judge for 8 years, man. I miss it. I wish, I hope he's able to get it back and it can come back, because it is one of the most authentic, because each year as we were judging, we built we consistently built each year off of the judging, how to improve it, how to make it better. Each section, everybody, was authentic in their contribution to make it as transparent, because it was by the people for the people. And that, I think, registered and rings through all of our souls. And thank you, Tim Blake, for that.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. That's awesome. I have never been to the Emerald Cup. Can you imagine? How about this? Let me blow you guys' mind. I've never been to California.
What? Oh, wow.
Well, whenever you do decide, can we fix that? Take you to some cool farms and food.
Oh yeah, dude. Trust
all
me.
the things. Dude.
It has got the best
100%.
food.
100%.
Food there is insane.
Well, you guys, I gotta say,
go ahead.
It's also like the fourth biggest economy.
The Emerald Cup obviously originated up in Mendocino, Humboldt region, right? But also the cup itself, when it started happening frequently, was down here in Sonoma County at the Santa Rosa Fairgrounds. And that's where we live. Resinator's based right here in Sonoma County out of Santa Rosa. So, of course, in our backyard, we were representing, and very grateful for Tim Blake and the crew. And, watching what's happening to this industry as it consolidates into, conglomerates and MSOs, right? There's still a culture. That's what got us all here, and that's what's going to keep this thing going. And these are the types of conversations that are, still a part of what is us actually pushing this industry. And Blake was a big part of that. And I think they're still reformatting, and they're going to find their own footing. For us, our award with them was in 2023, the last one that they were still, that panel you were talking about, man, like, yes, they just kept raising their game. And I think that's probably one of the biggest resources and assets that they still have, is what they created in their award and panel system. And I think that I see a pathway where they figured that out. They don't need all the extra baggage of the event itself. They could still, do something incredible. And I think that there's room for that in a return. And where the culture grows is kind of going to be a part of where we are all participating and where we take it. So word up, big ups to, Tim, for sure. Thanks for saying that, Marcus.
Yeah, well, dude, come on. He's just a good dude. He's doing good things and bringing so many people together. You can't imagine how hard it was for me to watch the Emerald Cup happen every year. All my friends' photos and videos. And, of course, I'm so happy for them. And I'm so excited that the Dragonfly Earth Medicine are setting up the TP. And I'm excited about all of it. And, on the side, I'm crying in the corner because I don't get to be a part of it. I don't get to come. I don't get to be a part of it. But that's okay. These, I can now make my way. I mean, I'm on my way to Denver. I'm going to have an epic trip there for the next week. I can't even shout out to Denver. That is such a cool city. So is Boulder. Both those cities are so cool. Yeah, so many great people. And I'll be in Cali sooner than later for sure. Maybe we'll do a proper California Legends of Hash.
Oh, there we go.
That would be in
I haven't been to yet.
That would be during Robtober, right? Because that's when Rob comes to California, is in October. So
yes,
don't do it in Robtober. Please do Croptober. Leave that alone for the farmers. Just give us a month to cut down and get it in freezers and do a little processing, a little bit.
Yeah. I can't. Rob
December
chooses to come when Rob comes to chooses when he comes. I can't say no to the master. I agree with you. However, he wants to see the plants still on before you harvest them, so that's why he comes.
Then come in September.
Makes
and
sense.
tell him to hang out.
You tell him, Jesus, is convinced that man of anything? Christ.
Oh, God.
I'll try.
No, it's just every competition they push in October or November. I'm like, guys, this makes no sense for the guys actually working in the fucking field. You got to let us finish, and then we'll bring you our best. Like Tim even stressed that, and it was like hard as hell to get into the cup. Like that timing was just so perfect. But like, give it January, perfect. If you want to do a comp in January, that would be like ideal.
Well, that's, I think, sort of the success of the California State Fair, right? Is because it's now into the spring for the competition. I wish it were closer to January, but it has to be closer to June because of how the California State Fair is, you know. But I wish it were as transparent and as open and as the Emerald Cup was. However, the Buddhist people who created it right from the Emerald Cup, you know, judges situation, right? It is basically an accumulation of that, are now actually judging at the state fair as well. So, you know, which is like Caleb and, you know, others who are, you know, on our panel and pop in and through. So no competition has really nailed it perfectly yet, because even Emerald
that
Cup,
just
right,
came up.
it was striving for it, right? It was always striving to improve itself, and that's what I appreciate. Go ahead, Harrison.
My buddies just did one in Hopland. They're guys from Maine, awesome farmers, and just true, you know, land keepers, agronomists, resin lovers, breeders, all the things. His company's Hidden Forest Farm. He did something called the Culture Cup in Maine.
I was at the one. I was there in Hopland. Caleb and I went up, and my friend Mike, and we caught it. It was amazing.
Sick.
And yes,
I thought they did a great job. I synced them with my buddy who had the venue, and I was like, "Here, you guys do the thing." And I ended up really enjoying it because I got to see a lot of old friends. It was a good community gathering, you know, and some unreal products.
Exactly. Well, on top of that, these were all non-legal producers. So these are all passionate people who really care about everything from the farming to the finished product, right? Because you can't polish a turd, right? You have to have amazing flour to have amazing concentrates, right? You know, you can do what you can. However, it really starts with that amazing product, and that's what you saw there across the board is a lot of product because of the standards that are kept out of the legal market, right? Because I own Berkeley Patient Group, so I look from the legal market perspective, and we have failed epically and fell on our face in that resolve, whereas it hardens me.
I used to go to BPG all the time. I love your spot.
I know, but I still feel like, you know, culture-wise, you know, we all could have done better, and I appreciate the shout out and the love. And you know, the reality is the Culture Cup there, exactly what it was. It was representing the culture as it is, as it should be. That a lot of competitions, you know, the High Times Cannabis Cup was never able to live up to, right? You know what I'm saying? And I hope to see more competitions like the Culture Cup, because it's was by the people for the people, and you could see it there. There was an unpretentiousness there, and just everybody rallying around each other, which is a camaraderie we used to have in the early aughts, right? When we're all just fucking risking our asses, doing it whatever we could to, you know, keep our heads above water. But it all, you know, you're all pioneers now because of what we were all collectively able to get away with. And what you also did is you pushed the technology, but you also embraced that new technology and then push those boundaries and continue to push those boundaries, and you competed against each other. And these competitions were necessary because it helped elevate each other to see who was doing what in a way that, you know, because people are like, well, why the fuck you guys, you know, are you self-jerking off with all that? You know, to a certain extent, yeah, it was, but there is a whole other reality of people pushing people, and that's what I saw at the Culture Cup is friends pushing friends the old school way how we used to do it.
Yeah, word. That's the way.
Best way. Check out this jar. Oh, check out this jar.
That's the best.
And then like 3 tables, 70 jars, or 65 jars. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah, a lot of checking out jars.
All the jar checks, right? You know, that's what, yeah, Marcus needs to, when he comes, is, you know, set up the jar check, you know, because that's the new, you know, here's my bottle of wine. Well, here's the jar check, right?
I'm not going to lie. Jolly's jar check thing is pretty fucking cool.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I can't even deny it. I'm like, shit, that's fire. Everyone bring me your best. I'm the guy. Let me see your fucking best work. I'll tell you if it's good or not.
I'm happy to have a freeze-dried jar of smokable cannabis flower finally be a part of that conversation.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
That's
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you guys talked earlier, about, one thing I think that's important to understand, because I know I keep bringing it back to that, but I think that was something that I really wanted to hammer on today. Because, extracts are going to continue to innovate, but we are doing something special with freeze-dried flower. And, there's a reason we kind of started calling it live dried, because we know that the industry likes live, right? We're actually just fully embracing freeze dried, as I said earlier now, right? Like live flower is the SKU on the shelf. What's live flower? Well, it's pretty obvious, but the key part of understanding that it doesn't cure in the freeze dryer. It cures, like, that's post process. That's post the freeze dryer. There's a pre and a post freeze dryer process. Pre is the cryo-trim. The post is the way that we, actually manage the environment so we allow the product to cure. We talked about water activity, and that's, I think, really important because, look, the enzymes that, traditionally eat all those chlorophylls, while the plants are hanging and drying over the course of a week period, in a cure period, those enzymes are still completely active. They're just dormant when they're under vacuum. So when you break back, they, with the atmosphere, the oxygen and the moisture in the atmosphere, they activate and they go to work and they eat those aldehydes and those chlorophylls and they do their thing. And that happens over, like, we give it overnight. They say 4 to 8 hours is when it's, because when we first pull something out of the freezer dryer, you're going to smell it, but it's going to really start to get, rich over that, so we actually, have a process where we, leave it unbagged. We don't want to just tuck it away because it doesn't breathe. It has to breathe to allow that that water activity to actually, that's what allows it to cure. Because without that water activity, most people over dry it, right? And by over drying it, then those enzymes, they go dormant when you pull it out without water activity to allow it to cure. And so that 48-hour cure process is kind of important. You take it out of the freeze dryer before you can really stabilize a product, so you can actually target 8%, 9%, put it in a jar. So you just still got to be cognizant of, like, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, but we've definitely figured out how to optimize the process.
So walk me through this, TJ. You've been obviously smoking joints for a long time. I didn't smoke joints for the last 28 years at all. I just started smoking joints again about like 3 months ago for the first time in 28 years. I'm mostly sticking to narrow leaf drug cultivars, exotic, hazes and whatnot. But like from a smoker's perspective, when you're talking to someone who's never smoked this before, what are the real differences you feel when you pick up a joint that's been properly cured and freeze dried versus, someone that maybe, did it with some, not quite as much technology and maybe didn't do the best job of it? It's just, is it a smoothness?
That's it. I've been hammering on it because when I give herb to people, I get reports back across the board. That's the first thing they say: smooth.
And flavor profile, you take some freeze dried that somebody wasn't controlling that vacuum pressure and they just let the terps fucking fry. That's gonna taste like hay. It's gonna smell like hay.
Right.
I mean, every once in a while, of course, we get it wrong. And, in the past, like I said, we didn't let all of our, 6 legal plants get freeze dried before, and I insisted we keep some trad dried because I was nervous that they didn't know how to do it properly, because every once in a while it did come out smelling like hay. It was kind of like, yeah, this isn't it, guys. You kind of just missed the mark on this. And they always knew what they did wrong and went back or figured it out and fixed it,
Interesting.
Edwards bleeder valve at first, where he had to be out there every 15 minutes tweaking that thing.
I wonder about the smoothness, because I think of extracts, solventless extracts, in particular water hash, and how when we freeze dry those, we seem to be preserving a lot of these different types of terpenes, monos in particular, that are like a little harsher on the throat. But it seems like the young folks love that. They wanted to grab them by the nuts. They want to cough. They want to. When I was making cured dry sift, like full melt static sift, like 10, 15 years ago, I remember smoking a bowl of it with Tony from Sagamarta. over at Hank's place in the Liza plane there, the Bulldog guy. He had an apartment in the Liza plane. And I saw Tony there and I smoked this bowl with him and he blew it out. And, you know, Tony's like my age, he's in his 50s. And he was just like, dude, that was so smooth. What was that? I'm like, oh, it was some sweet skunk, you know, cured for months before it was extracted dry. And then I, you know, static sifted it into heads and then cured for another 6 months. And now it's, you know, what it is. So it had all the flavor, it had all, but you're drying with the flower. So I would assume that you're preserving those monoterpenes, yet you're ending up with a smoother instead of a more caustic. And I wonder what the science says about that.
I think I wish that our partner Rustin, who's very camera shy and not participating.
He can come in like Skunkman Sam with a stuffed animal next time.
Yeah, that's what you should do. That's what we'll tell
Yeah,
him.
of course.
I think he said that those convert into the good terpenes. That's what I was saying about like good terpenes and the bad terpenes earlier.
So like esterification, like where the terpenes translate and change molecularly. I think it's called esterification. Dr. Mark could obviously correct me as he will if I get it wrong, because he's a stickler for the chemistry, as he should be.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I am.
Yeah.
Esterification is the reaction of acids and alcohols to make esters. I'm not really sure that that's happening, but I think what happens on the cure is there is oxidation that could affect the flavor or the essence of the cannabis, and I think there are some terpenes that are susceptible to oxidation, and they'll form other terpenoid type molecules.
And then, of course, you have the smoking of it, which I believe when you're burning it, you do get esterification. You get this translation of like, so that I've always thought, and Sam used to hint at it, that like what we're smoking and what we're monitoring or identifying prior to what we're smoking aren't always, and probably often aren't, the same things.
Yeah, well, we'd be naive to think that somehow smoking it isn't going to cause some change in chemical composition, right?
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
And
I'm
also
watching
curing.
You guys all puff, watching you guys all
Curing.
smoke joints right now.
Marcus, remember
we're not muted and we're not coughing, you know. But like you were saying, some people want that tingle. They actually want like a histamine reaction when they smoke, that like tingle in their nose and a little sneezing. You know, but I don't think that chronic sinusitis needs to be part of the cannabis.
No.
It's definitely an age thing. You get older
Definitely
and you're like,
prefer
I need to
vaporizing.
cure this out. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that one, Harrison.
Highest quality hash oil. It's definitely the best.
Oh, you know, regarding flower, it's look, I have access to the great cannabis, hands down, right? Everywhere I go, it's some of the best I've ever seen. And, you know, we kind of call amongst ourselves, you know, we refer to traditional as trad, right? And our stuff is live, right? Just when we're talking about it. Oh, yeah, that's trad. You know, when I I'm like, that's a trad joint, because I instantly can feel it on my throat, right? And this is like the best. You know, I'm not a weed snob. I'll still smoke the whole joint, but I'll later, you know, feel it like, I'm like, you know, and it's just, that's, you know, just not the experience for us. And that's probably one of the
stuff like that. We don't really that.
And it definitely, like, I don't know, is it something to do with the fact that it hasn't decarbed yet, that it's a flower, right? A flower technically, right? And then the CBDs, like their conversion, right, to the CBDs, right? Is there a relationship there that you might, you know, speculate on that would suggest, you know, why upon combustion it's
decarb is happening at
a smoother experience? You know, I mean,
how big did the Farm Bill play a part in your company, knowing that you could produce flower that was THCA instead of THC?
Well, what's funny is most people are playing outside the lines. They're coloring outside the lines still, right?
Well, of course.
Weird tricks. I think if the world was to catch on to what we're able to actually do, they'd probably take advantage of it, you know, and that's their prerogative, because like if you actually test our flower, it's legitimately, you know, Farm Bill friendly, and that's something hard to wrap your mind around.
But California does the conversion differently, so they're still following the.
Yeah, when you do the actual conversion, when you apply it, you know, but they're just what jurisdiction, and I mean, whatever. You know, there's a lot of cowboys out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the DEA, if they do seize your stuff, they use decarboxylated tests, right? They'll use GC, and that's it. You know, high THC cannabis is marijuana.
I wonder how
So,
often when you introduce the DEA into a conversation, it starts with unfortunately.
yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
High 90s.
unfortunately, the DEA.
Yeah, no, you should turn it the other way. Who says, fortunately, the DEA? Yeah, one who
Crickets.
says that.
Crickets. Oh my God.
I don't know, though, Mark, after that, do you have any speculation around the reason why it might translate to a smoother smoke, based off of some of the discussion we're having?
I think it just has to do with the age of the flower, right? Doesn't you think there's just sort of like a, whenever they try to artificially set expiration dates on cannabis flower, they'll say, oh, it's good for a year, right? Without any testing whatsoever, right? Knowing that, a year on the shelf in Denver, like Marcus was saying, it's so dry, it's basically an arid desert in Denver versus New Jersey or somewhere out here on the East Coast or even just in Seattle, right? But I think it has a lot to do. So it's interesting, Marcus. You remember this conversation? Skunkman Sam was telling us the difference between just drying and curing, right? And so I guess with skunk number one in particular, it was something that even when he took it to dryness and would try smoking it, he would get an irritation in the back of his throat. Where if he took stuff that was 6 months cured, then it was really super smooth. And it's not like the chemical content is changing in too much in that cure, but I think again some of maybe the monoterpenes are reacting to either volatilize during that curing step or actually reacting with the oxygen to again make different compounds.
That's what I think it probably is. It's that
the reaction.
It does change, and it does turn into different compounds over time.
Yeah.
And so that's where the whole hashishin thing is, where it's like, okay,
right.
and that's something that happens over time, and it does seem to be smoother.
And that's light initiated.
It's just less volatile,
That's light initiated. So if your curing is like burping and letting air in, now the infiltration of oxygen, and again, you've already wholesaled all the water out. So now the question is what is that air going to do? Now that the material's been dried, yeah, there could be all kinds of ingression of oxygen that can. So like in most cases, like myrcene, for example, is a terpene, right? It's just an oligomer of isoprene. But what will happen is as myrcene degrades, it could be oxygenated. So if you look at the structure of linalool, right, which is the terpenoid that's responsible for the floral scent in lavender and lilacs, right? So if you look at that, it's a myrcene molecule with an oxygen on the end of it. So it's like, okay, so if myrcene hangs around long enough, can it oxidize to make linalool? Maybe, perhaps. And if you smell linalool, it's less gassy and more floral. So
just like the combinations are so interesting because they're not always what you think it's going to be when you're combining the terps. It could be like 5 different ones, and then you can have a bunch of ones that aren't even recorded, that are in such small amounts that they don't even test for, that make the difference of why that strain is so drastically different when the percentage of the main ones are similar.
This is what Hash Church is all about, dude.
Yeah.
It's about the imperceivable. These dialogues we're having, Eric, are about the imperceivable. And I'm not saying it's impossible to perceive them, and there's equipment that can, but most people aren't perceiving or recording or identifying them. And we've had these conversations with the abstract guys on long chain sulfur compounds. Go ahead.
Who ages, right? In the sense of who really, except the grower, the nerds, the few like us, actually saves and ages it, right?
The guy who can't empty his vault.
Right. Well, we learned, I mean, we used to think, and this goes to kind of you, TJ, in the sense of, we used to think, by aging that cannabis over a percent of time, I'm talking the flower, I'm not talking the hashish, is that the chlorophyll kind of leaches out, right? But And so we used to think that was making it smoother, but due to your freeze drying, that seems to be a different understanding of the science, because we used to think that it was the chlorophyll that was making us cough, right? Whereas that chlorophyll is still in there, it's still freeze dried, but
Right.
there's something else happening. So
It's oxidized.
it's oxidized.
Yeah. So the oxidation of chlorophyll is also going to give you the change in color. So like when you harvest and you get that true emerald green color that cannabis is, when you start to oxidize, and
Goes
you're
brown.
gonna exactly, which has got less jar appeal, right? But it's interesting too, because like with Granddaddy and some of these purple strains and everything, the loss of emerald green isn't too much of an issue, right? Because
No, people right now prefer the anthocyanins for some reason. There's this massive hype around candy and lemon cherry and all these
what is it
purple
with
strains.
Is
I
that
couldn't
just
tell you.
Is that just a fad?
Like a
Or is that
bag
just-
Fad of rapper weed? I don't
that
know.
little purple in there. That's what they want. Yeah.
That's
And
just
like,
a
there's nothing
fad,
wrong
though,
with
right?
it. I grew up with the GDP. Like Ken Estes was the guy who basically taught me how to breed after subcool, and I got to work with like the whole GDP crew, the Bay 11, all the other fun projects he did, the Candyland, this and that, which were like in the Bay Area, in the North Bay. That was
Right.
the purple. Before cookies, before any of these, that was the purple of it. There was like, the original Urkel and a few others.
You know that Mendo Perps?
The Mendo Perps, the true Mendo Perps, right? But like that one was the first well-branded one, I'd say.
This is the first one I
well
saw.
marketed.
But for commercial jar appeal, and maybe AT, you could speak to this since you run the dispensary. For commercial jar appeal, isn't the emerald green kind of like the bee's knees, right?
Well, the educated California consumer really got sold on indoor California because that's what we were using early on to push and to lower the prices, right? So we were all growing salt-based solutions in, 4x8s, 100, plus plants in a 4x8 area, you know what I'm saying? And so we're pushing in the price, and for some reason, High Times push that perception that, indoor is sexier than outdoor, right? So whereas the really educated consumer from California that grew up around cannabis was like, yeah, I want to look at your outdoor and I want to see the different ranges that you have, because there's something there that they can't get, that they can't replicate that we could not replicate in all these little hidden grow spaces that we were doing everything. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of convinced, right? We kind of convinced the consumer, and High Times sold everybody on a salt solution reality that has made and of course, what did they do? They always had the High Times centerfold, which was, representative of what they thought you should be seeing, which when you actually are in Northern California and going around to these farms in the November and December, and you're tasting all these amazing, including cannabis that's beyond purple, it's literally black. You know what I'm saying? It is absolutely black. I was given back in '93 when I was with Can, I was given the jar up at the Mateel Center. Somebody was like, "Hey, thank you for what you're doing for legalization." And I opened it up and it was as black as licorice. And that was some of the most amazing, outdoor / greenhouse that at the time I had ever had, but I had never seen anthocyanins so much in a cannabis, and it was in an outdoor and greenhouse varietal. It wasn't in a an indoor. And of course we saw Granddaddy Perps, Mark Ken Estes, right? He was definitely pushing. So that was really a lot of what we had access to, besides the time of year that the stuff would come down from Mendo, Humboldt, Trinity. Whereas it really, you started to see people in the aughts try to use purple dyes. They were actually using food coloring in their water to make their cannabis purple.
Like the blueberries.
Just throw some blueberries in there, man.
All that shenanigans that people were trying to really try to sell a stigma. And it was fascinating to watch people try to manipulate the market, but also the market be able to see through its manipulation, right? Because the educated consumer is like, nah, this doesn't cut the fucking mustard. This is all fake. This isn't the real deal, right? y'all help push that, Harrison. I mean, and Eric, y'all made that reality by pushing, holy water and all these other access points that were not a conception in our minds. You brought them to the patients so that they saw these new ingestions and ingestion methods, right? And I actually got to try holy water due to the Emerald Cup there in, your cart farm, right? So I've
Oh, that was
seen
the one that we won. That was the last time I made holy water for holy water, and that was the one I got. We won for that was the year that the Resinator won too.
yeah,
Yeah,
and it was epic. I voted
that was
for it
my
because
last
it was like,
actual technical holy water that I made
yeah,
for the company. But
yeah.
yeah,
So
that one won. I was like, I was so happy. So yeah, I'm glad you
So
got to
it's
try
sad,
that. That
sad
was
that
really good.
you're no longer attached to it because you definitely made it legendary for sure. So
Thank you.
thank you for
Appreciate
that
that.
art.
Yeah, thank you very
Thank you
much.
for redoing it for the consumers in Washington, Eric.
Yeah.
I think Eric's a big advocate in accessibility, as am I. It's the most
Yeah,
important
absolutely.
thing.
Yes.
Dude,
Well,
you're in Washington
you've
State.
made it accessible, and that's where we, the patients, and the public are thankful because you could have hidden it. We've watched people do that. We've watched people, limit it, but you've made it completely available, and for that, forever humble and honored.
One more time.
It's
Lick the
about
plant. Lick the
yeah.
plant.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
totally.
I'm gonna I'm gonna drive over the border one day soon and come see you, Eric.
Yeah, please. I mean, I'm like 3.5 hours from the border. So
Oh,
Wenatchee, it's like close. Central
dude.
Washington, there's not really, but like I said, there's kind of the middle. It's like orchard land. It's beautiful though. It's very
Well, I got
beautiful. I
my
would
buddy
love that.
my buddy Logan's down there in
Yeah, he's
Wenatchee.
here. He's in Wenatchee. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
he's
where you
also
are?
yeah, that's where I am.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, so I'm coming to
Yeah.
Wenatchee.
Yeah, please. Yeah, that'll be great. I would love that. That would be
That's
great.
what's up.
Not too many people coming through here, so like love
Make sure you get some
the Royal
bratwurst
Street.
on the way, bro. And stop by Leavenworth and get the bratwurst.
Yeah, yeah, totally. The level it's the Germantown.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Oh,
called
yes.
Bavarian. Go get some pretzels and mustard and
The,
sauerkraut.
that's hilarious,
Yeah,
dude.
it's so good. Yeah, that would be amazing. I would love that. Welcome anytime.
Absolutely. Yeah, wonderful. No, that's so
We'll
good.
have to get one of those waivers and come up there. It'll take me.
Yes.
So I'll
It'll
start
take
working on it and be
it'll
like,
take it'll take you less
like
than a
I'm going
year.
just for pleasure. I wonder if they're okay
Yeah.
with that.
So the thing with your waiver is, and I'll give you a little clue, you don't need an American waiver lawyer. You need a Canadian one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So my lawyer, for instance, shout out to Len Saunders. He's my American immigrations lawyer, and he got me my. So I can ask him if he knows any good ones
Yeah,
on
please.
on the
That's
Canadian
great.
side, because that's
Yeah.
step one, getting the good lawyer, and then
Yeah.
it's, when you do it by yourself, it costs about $700 US. When you hire a lawyer, it costs like $4,000.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it's worth
But
looking into.
well,
But
it's worth getting the lawyer to do for you, because if you do it yourself and you make a mistake, you won't know you made a mistake for 11 months when they send you your thing back and say you're not in. But your lawyer would know you made a mistake the second he saw it. So that's
yeah, that makes
really
sense.
it's worth it. It's worth
Yeah,
it. I
lawyers are
couldn't have.
usually worth
Yes.
it. Unfortunately, they're expensive, but it's like to do it without it. I've done some things in my life where I'm like, I probably should have gotten a lawyer.
I know. The worst thing you can say is,
You
I
live,
don't
you
need a
learn.
fucking lawyer.
Because it would have been
Like,
a big difference, but that's younger me versus me now. So,
yeah,
That's
exactly.
right there, Eric.
yeah,
We live and we learn, for sure.
that's for sure.
You
It's
live.
awesome.
Yeah, stoked to even be able to go to different countries is always fun.
Well,
Traveling is the best.
the thing we used to do that used to be what would put us away. We now don't look over our shoulder for, and we get to and innovate in an environment where we have this regulation. I mean, that's one of the best things that's come out of. It's crippling the industry. While watching it, consolidate the way that it is, but there's still, obvious to us. Like, do any of you guys in this room, have any fear of the thing that this industry, crumbling underneath you, or do you see us continuing to lift it?
Continuing to lift it.
Yeah,
Right?
lift it. And
Absolutely.
also, like, if certain things crumble, it's like we're pretty resourceful type of people. We're problem solvers, as me and TJ always say. Like, so they could try to take things down, but I mean, are they really ever going to be successful? They
We
never
built
were
this.
No, they
before. It
never were
wasn't
to
legal
begin with.
before. They
We
never
built
were
this from
legal before.
nothing. We built this from nothing. Look what you
So
created along the way, and that kind of leads me into Eric, TJ, and Harrison, I would like, since you're our guest today, I'd like y'all to each answer this. Looking at where you started versus today, right? But let's go to the historical perspective as we close out the day. What are you most proud of? The patents, the awards, the operator outcomes, or changing how people think about post-harvest entirely? And what's the next unfair advantage you're building toward?
I can answer that. That's easy.
All right, you go
Out of
first.
everything, the journey, it's been a dream. I got to pursue passion. Most people aren't that blessed in this life. And like just doing that, I had to do a lot of things that I wasn't ready for and I had to get comfortable with and learned so much about so many different industries and aspects. Just as being an inquisitive creature, I got to keep learning and I still get to. I'm a forever student. That in itself is a blessing. So the fact that I get to do something passionate and check off all those boxes, it's pretty unreal. And then the accolades, everything else that came with it, sure. Those are just like epic cherished memories. All the friends, all the people, and then the places it took me and it will continue to, right? But just where it's at now, honestly, I thought we were getting closer to federal. And we are with the Farm Bill. It was just a way to change perspective and propaganda and all these things. So it was just a stepping stone in a different way. Did I like it? No, but it was instrumental in a weird way. So I'm excited to see federalization in the US and for us to finally join the international market, because to see what Canada is doing, Thailand, Germany, everyone else coming online, it's pretty incredible to see where it is versus where it started when I got in. And that's, the least amount of time compared to you guys.
Well, look, I'll jump in, man. Harrison, thank you. Well said. I think he kind of accentuates the same. I think I got the easy, low-hanging fruit answer, right? I happened to turn 50 recently this year, in January, and my wife, my wonderful wife, put together. We did this not so surprise party, and I was real fortunate to have a lot of people show up and support me. I felt the love and support of my local community around me. And that meant the world to me, aside from my friends and my family directly, right? It was pretty powerful. And I think that, she was joking the other day when she was thinking about doing something special that was just proved to not be real as practical as the idea. And I was like, well, I want to hear about it. And she was like, like your 50 favorite things, right? Kind of thing, one for each year kind of thing. And I thought that was really cute. And I started thinking about it. I was like, I don't know if I actually have 50 favorite things. So, right, that'd be a hard order to fill. But, when I thought about it, there was like 50 of my friends, at least at this party. And that was my favorite thing. So like, in terms of like this industry, like these conversations, my peers, being able to like innovate, take something that's just an idea, and it's like, maybe it's, for me, the dream has always been like, I had a vision about what the Resinator could be because of my experience and my personal touch with it. And so I got to pursue this thing, to go after it, to like take this idea, bring it to reality, to stub my toes along the way, to engage with my friends and family and have honest, intelligent discussions to like further keep leveling up, just always level up, right? There's always room for more. And so to be able to execute on that level and like bring something to life, and find the right partners to engineer something and develop something that is built here in America with American fabrication, right? Even my steel and the way that we went about it, instead of outporting to China or other places that make great products. Don't get me wrong. For us, like the pride to be able to do it in our backyard, like we fabricate our steel here in Sonoma County, our plastics right here in Oakland, our screens are made in California, our motors are made in Michigan. So, that's an important thing to me as a manufacturer, right? Because my relationship goes with my vendors, my other partners that I use when we're putting all the pieces together, the welders down the street that, I go and talk to when we're, scheming up ideas, right? And to be able to like have taken all that, and then not only you get past it, it's just so much more than as an OEM, there's a whole manufacturing thought process to fulfillment, and then there's customer service, and then there's validation, what you're doing by your community and your peers. And so it really just takes a village, and it takes time. I'm still in the building stage. I feel like I'm just starting. We're understanding what we're doing now better than we've ever understood before. And where does this go? It goes to a place where we're going to do this at scale and help those along the way that, want to get behind us. Everybody takes the well-traveled, easy road. It's the path of least resistance. We're out here in the jungle with the machete, chopping our own way, and we're like, come with us. We know the way. I promise it's going to be good when we get there. And we're in the middle of that journey, and we're already sent scouts. Like, we know where we're going, right? It's not unclear what the destination is. Now it's just a process of market adoption and getting there. And we talk about the words tech, and it's funny because that is real. And for me, it's not really a position of when I'm going after patents and things of that nature to say, hey, it was from a place of like, I don't want to get in trouble for what I'm doing. That's the biggest thing that was important to me when I'm trying to go out, is make certain that, hey, if I'm going to invest my time, my life, my energy, because I have a family that I got to provide for, I had to be strategic and make certain that it made sense, so that, hey, is there a pathway here, or am I going to find myself in trouble? So when I'm able to get validation, from, patent protection, that was a part of what allowed me to really dig deep and pursue this journey and give it everything that I have. That's a career. That's a 20+ year commitment from my side of the fence to my community and to those who have developed this within this community, that I'm not going anywhere, and we're going to continue to work together to achieve our dreams together. So I'm just a part of that journey. I'm in the middle of it, and I see pathways where we're going to be doing this at scale and acres. So let's just all team up and keep elevating and keep pioneering.
Dude, holy shit, you're 50 years old? No, I'm just joking. Congratulations, dude. I'm 53 this month. This month I turned 53 at the end of the month, March 31st.
Nice.
Right on.
Well,
Well,
there we go.
So I guess I'll jump in with the thing. I'm just glad that I've been able to put my mind towards something where I saw fruit, where I did a lot of experimenting and things, and a lot of things happened in the middle of that could have taken me out, that didn't. So I'm just glad to be here still and be able to do the things that I'm doing now, and still experimenting, and still the R&D part of things, and the trying to come up with new ideas has just been something I do anyway. So to be able to turn that into a career has been very rewarding for me. It's been up and down as far as it's never boring, and it is my life has been very yeah, all over the place, but exciting, and there's a lot to it. And then as far as just things for trying to level up, is just kind of this year focusing a little bit on health and just my inner self, and just trying to work on some of that stuff, and doing some of the meditation stuff I've been doing lately, things like that. Because I feel like if I help myself be a better person, that just helps everybody. So I'm trying for that this year. That's kind of my goal. I've been working on that.
Eric. Let's go.
So that's where I've been at. And so that's kind of how I feel about it. And I'm already in the process of that. I'm already seeing results. I love being able to be public about some of this stuff. I don't usually ever do this. Like the first one I did of this was the last Hash Church that I did, was the BHO one. I was very nervous and didn't talk as much. This one,
you did a great job.
Pretty comfortable in this one, because this was with my friends and the people who I've known for so long. And it's really nice to be able to talk about some of the history of the things that have happened in my life. I've had a lot of really happy things and a lot of things that have kind of traumatic. And so being able to talk about those things with people who understand, and with a wider audience, and to be able to tell the history of things like that is really a joy to be able to do.
Beautiful. Well said, man. Well, listen, it was absolutely wonderful to have all of you guys. I'm going to pause my mic because there's a final boarding call for Air Canada. So give me 1 minute and I'll wrap it up.
Okay.
Well, hey guys, while we're waiting for him to come back, I mentioned a lot about my, vendors and, externalities and partnerships and my peers, but it was remiss of me not to directly mention my team. The internal team that I work with, my partner Rustin, who is not here with us today, maybe we'll do a part 2 with Marcus because, man, we can get granular, right? It feels like we still just touched the surface. But to my team and to my wife, Stephanie, she's actually an amazing businesswoman and part of this organization behind the scenes, really making things happen. It takes a village, you guys. And every one of you guys who's having any success out there knows you have to be able to rely on your people. And, sometimes, that means consolidating even your crew, right? So even if, those of you out there who have fallen to the nature of, just trying to make it, they're still trying to come back, man. And we're always going to be here working together, better together, man. So just I'll hold space, in every capacity that I can. And thank you guys for just doing the same for us. Marcus, for, bringing us, man. We really appreciate you showcasing, what we're up to and, you allowing us to participate in your amazing platform and what you've done for the industry, man, because you're a legend.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I could not have done it without my amazing wife, who's actually hiding behind the other wizard there. She's on the screen right now. She's going to shut us down and take us out. I'm at the airport. She's at my house. So shout out to my amazing wife, Charlene, who has made everything possible, from bubble bags to everything that I do. I could not do without the support of her. It just wouldn't even come close. So shout out to you, sweetie. I know you're smiling. Shout out to Puffco for sponsoring the show today, as well as the press club. We couldn't do it without you guys. We appreciate you guys a great deal. And of course, thanks to Eric and Harrison and TJ and everyone from the original Resinator that was mentioned, as well as Dr. Mark and Colin and everyone else, the wives and the children and everyone that it makes this a family and a community, right? We couldn't do it without everyone. So, and I just did a hash church from the Vancouver International Airport. So, I mean, we're talking about not wanting to talk about shit. I'm in like America right now doing hash church at the Vancouver International Airport. So thank you all for
Walking the
showing
streets of
up.
Paris. I feel it.
That's awesome. Thank you, Etienne, for co-hosting today and holding
problem.
down the
I
church.
just
I couldn't do it better.
I want to also shout out Puffco because Puffco is sponsoring our VAC trip to the UN. So we're off to the UN this week to work on the bigger picture. So I want to thank them. And Jolly Roger will be asking one of the questions at the UN. So I'll keep you posted, Bubble Man. I need to get those videos. And then, we're taking Monica and Forrest to the UN this week. So it's going to be an amazing next couple of weeks, people. So we'll keep you posted. I probably won't be on because we're dealing UN stuff next week, but we'll keep you posted.
Keep up the great work, ATN.
Yeah, definitely. That's amazing.
Awesome, brother.
Fucking awesome.
If you can, sweetie, you can take us out. You can shut down the recording and shut off the YouTube. And